Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Okay.
Is all the tech in line? Okay, I'm going to hit the gavel. We're going to get started. I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of January 15th, 2025. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the statement of values.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Okay, you can be seated. Thank you. Elizabeth, please read the roll.
Commissioner Bhatnagar has notified us that he will not be attending tonight. Commissioner Biagini.
Here.
Commissioner Cherukuru.
Here.
Commissioner Wang.
Here.
Commissioner Boza.
Present.
Chair Salame.
Here.
Commissioner Crutchlow.
Here.
Thank you.
Can I hear a motion to excuse?
Motion to excuse Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Second. Cherukuru.
One moment. The motion was made by Commissioner Biagini, seconded by Commissioner Cherukuru to excuse Commissioner Bhatnagar. Please cast your vote.
It's not coming up.
Not coming up.
Can you go ahead and tell me your vote, please?
That's what I'm trying.
Do a voice vote right now if you can.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
I got a little issue here.
Okay. And Commissioner Boza, your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passed. Thank you.
Yeah, but I can't get rid of that.
Okay, thank you. So we can move on. Declaration of Commission Procedures. Secretary Crutchlow.
Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures.
Thank you.
The chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. Applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals. Following staff presentations of the item, other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of comments. No additional comments will be accepted upon the close of public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on the matter. Special procedures times limits may be applied to any item as prescribed by the chair. Appeal of commission actions must be filed within 7 calendar days. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available online. So that moves us into continuances and exceptions. As part of the meeting allows for applicants, members of the public, or interested parties to request an item to be continued without hearing, withdrawn, or taken out of order. We have one continuance at this point for the public hearing on the continuance for action on variance to locate a 6-foot wrought iron fence within the 10-foot street side setback and within the 20-foot front setback proposed at 572 Woodhams Avenue. Do we want to vote on that now?
And Chair, if I may, the applicant is requesting that this item be continued and that we will renotice.
Okay, is there a date certain?
No, no date certain. So when she's ready, she had to unexpectedly leave the country. So when she is back, she'll notify me and then we'll renotice.
Okay, thank you.
Move to continue to date to be determined.
Second.
Date indeterminate.
Okay, thank you. The motion was made by Commissioner Crutchlow, seconded by Commissioner Boza to approve the continuance, date uncertain. Please cast your vote. Thank you. The motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other requests from the applicant's public or commission for a continuance or exception to any of the items on tonight's agenda? Not hearing any, I think we'll move on. The Planning Commission has 7 members. Whenever the full commission is not present, as it is tonight, applicants have the option to continue their item to another meeting. Unless PC members are recused to conflict of interest or due process recusals. I think we don't need to actually continue anything. There's only anything left. So Commissioner Crutchlow, actually, no, the meetings.
Consent calendar.
Yeah.
Just for the record, Mr. Chair, you might want to ask if anyone wants to continue any of the public hearing items still.
I thought I did, but okay.
I didn't
I'll
hear
make it
that.
explicit. Is there anyone that wishes to continue any of the public hearing items also? There's one, so, okay, I think we can move on.
Is anybody online?
Anybody online?
No, we don't have any hands raised online.
Now we can move on to the consent calendar, and there's 2 consent calendar items.
The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission staff or the applicant or a member of public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. 1A, Planning Commission meeting minutes of November 6, 2024. 1B, Planning Commission meeting minutes of December 4th, 2024.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
Through the chair, I'd like to recuse for the November 6th meeting as I was not present and I haven't heard the post-recording.
Thank you.
I was going to say, can I make a motion for both? Is that going to
Yes,
create?
you
Okay, I'd
can,
like
and we'll
to,
have it in the notes.
motion to approve the meeting minutes in 1A and 1B for November 6th and December 4th, 2024.
And who seconded the motion?
So we'll have one abstention.
The motion was made by Commissioner Biagini, seconded by Commissioner Boza to approve the consent calendar. Please cast your vote. Thank you. And the motion
So to
passed.
Commissioner Prius not.
Yes, we will have that in the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, that passed. Move on to public presentations. If there's anyone that would like to make a presentation to the commission to briefly address us on any item that's not on the agenda, it's your opportunity. Any calls, hands? Apparently.
I don't see any hands raised online or anyone in the council chambers requesting a public presentation.
I guess we're on a record meeting today. Moving on, then we'll have public hearing. We have one item on there.
You.
Well, we have,
3.
oh, that's true. You're right. I apologize. Because the continuance happened.
No, there's another one beyond.
I see that.
2, 3, and 4.
2,
Just
3, and
items.
4. Yeah.
And a study session.
All right, yeah. I read it wrong in my brain. I was actually removing one. All right, so we have a public hearing that's the continuance from the conditional use permit for a new unmanned AT&T telecommunications facility with the installation of a 60-foot monotree, alternate design with 3 42-foot 6-inch monopoles located in the parking lot at 3111 Benton Street. I assume there is a presentation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As stated, this is a conditional use permit for a new unmanned AT&T telecommunication facility located at 3111 Benton Street. This is the 4th time that the Planning Commission has heard this item. It was first heard in August of 2024, and at that meeting, there were 3 public speakers who spoke in opposition of the project. And after the discussion, the applicant had requested a continuance of the item to address the concerns. At the September 11th, 2024 meeting, the applicant requested a further continuance to finish addressing those comments that were received. The item was then again heard at the October 23rd, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, and the item was again continued to allow for the applicant to present an alternative 3 monopole design in a different location on the subject site. Then again, at the December 4th, 2024 meeting, the item was again continued to allow for staff to contact the Parks Department regarding the availability of the Central Park site for a wireless facility. On March 23rd, 2023, Complete Wireless Consulting filed an application requesting the conditional use permit. Conditional use permits are required for all new wireless telecommunication facilities. There is an existing cell site located on the roof of the existing church on the site. However, AT&T was unable to co-locate on the roof as the roof was not structurally able to hold the equipment. So coming to the Central Park alternative, the applicant and the Parks Department staff did a thorough examination of the entirety of Central Park to identify any potential locations, including the 5 locations that were suggested by the public. 3 of the sites had to be eliminated due to a planned parking entry construction project that the Parks Department has planned for Central Park. One of the sites was ruled out based on park staff preference as it was near main walking paths. And any area that was identified on the eastern side of the park, including the lights at the baseball field, did not meet the radio frequency needs of AT&T. So Central Park was determined not to be a possible site for the wireless facility. In addition to that, the Santa Clara City Charter requires that any proposed sale or lease or change in use of a city-owned parkland lasting 180 days or more be approved by a 2/3 majority of voters. The provisions of the city charter would need, sorry, my screen is in the way, to lease the underlying property to the applicant, and such lease would have a term exceeding 100 days. Typically, lease agreements for the installation of telecommunications facility have multi-year terms, 10 to 15 years, with options to extend. If the city decides to install a wireless facility in any city park, the city would first need to submit the proposal to the voters at a general municipal election in accordance with the city charter. So having said that, staff did go and meet with park staff as requested by the commission. Central Park was ruled out. So as a reminder, this is the project site that is before you this evening. The zoning is public quasi-public. There is a church located on the site and 2 parking lots located on either side of the church. There are 2 proposals before you. Oh, sorry, I added this slide. We did get a number of comments from the community recently in regards to conformance of both the 3-pole design and the monotree design with the zoning code. All planning permit applications that are active and determined to be complete before the effective date of the updated zoning code are processed in compliance with the requirements that were in effect at the time when the application was deemed to complete. So as I said on a previous slide, this application was submitted in 2023. It was deemed complete in December of 2023. This was prior to the adoption of our current code. So what the residents were looking at was our current code. We now have wireless facility regulations. In our old code, we had no wireless facility regulations. In our new code, we have setback requirements, we have design requirements, landscape requirements. Our previous code had none of those requirements. So I just want to bring that to the Commission's attention, that there were a number of email communications that were presented to the Commission that brought these to your attention. So going back to the two proposals that are before the Commission this evening, there's the 3 light pole design located in the parking lot to the east. This would be 380 square foot lease areas, and the facilities would be located on light poles. Is a close-up of the site plan and an elevation of how those light poles would look with the wireless facilities at the top. They would be set back approximately 40 to 42 feet from the front property line and 49 to 51 feet from the rear property line. The front property line is Benton Street, the rear property line, there are approximately 4 single-family homes. These are the photo sims. I know in the applicant's presentation that you'll see next, he does have some better photo sims for you. And then from the single-family neighborhood. And then the monotree design, this would be located on the western side of the property towards the rear. It would be a lease area of 511 square feet. And note on both of these designs, the equipment area will be located in the same location. The backup generators will be batteries, and they will not be diesel generators as in the initial application. So that was one change that the applicant did make early on. This is the elevation of the monotree plan. The pole will be located 37 feet from the rear property line and the adjacent single-family residences. And the top of the pole will be at 57 feet with the mono tree branches being at 60 feet. And these are the photo sims of the monotree. We received approximately 20 public comments. Since the staff report was written, there were a number of comments that you were emailed recently that were sent additionally. Comments included negative health effects. I would like to point out that negative health effects, radio frequency, or RF emissions. Local governments, including the city of Santa Clara, are preempted from regulating wireless telecommunication facilities based on those concerns. The other concerns included location and visibility from the residences, a negative effect on property values, the adjacency to the historic Pomeroy Green townhomes, and fire risk. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission determine that the project is categorically exempt from formal environmental review per section 15303, new construction of utility extensions of the CEQA guidelines, and adopt a resolution to approve a conditional use permit to allow the telecommunication facility at 311 Benton Street, subject to conditions of approval. And staff is recommending the monotree design as it blends in with the existing adjacent trees in the surrounding area, as opposed to the 3-pole design that would be in the parking lot and has no ability to blend in with its surroundings. This concludes staff report, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, is there any questions for staff before we move to the applicant's presentation? Yes, please go ahead.
So with the change in the code, if they were to have submitted it today, what's the code state?
So for height of a pole, it needs to be set back 1 to 1, so 1 foot for every 1 foot in height. So with if you take 55 foot of the pole height, it would have to be 55 feet from the property line, and this is 37 feet.
Okay, and then is there
And then
anything else?
the three-pole design would meet that requirement. So the three-pole design was 49 to 50 feet, and those poles are only 42 feet high. So those would meet those requirements.
That's the only requirement?
That is the only
If they're done.
setback requirement
Okay, any other
for
requirements?
this district. There is another requirement. If it was to be located, if the poles themselves were located in a zoning district that was mixed use or residential, they have a 300-foot from a residential structure. This is in a public, quasi-public district. It would not have that requirement.
What's the rationale for those, for both of those?
I do not know what the rationale is.
Is the only concern just aesthetics or property values, nothing like that? Who made it, who made this?
We had a consultant.
Yeah?
We had a consultant that helped us with this code. I don't know, Sandra, do you have any additional insight as to? Not, yeah, no,
Not
I don't know.
Okay, all right, thank
We
you,
had a consultant help us with these regulations, so.
thank you.
And through the chair, just following up, was there another caveat to the requirement that if it's more than one pole? Like what was you
Oh,
can't have more
the
than
pole-
two?
You can, but the poles themselves, I believe, had to be 200 feet from one another?
So on a particular site?
Yeah, yeah.
Or anywhere?
any site,
Anywhere,
yeah.
proximity
Any-
to the next
correct,
one? So
correct.
how would the three monopoles then work in that?
Yeah, then that wouldn't work.
Okay. Okay, we
Yeah.
still defeating our process here. Okay.
Have a time machine. Okay, Commissioner Biagini, and then I'll go Commissioner Booth if you have one.
Okay, I had a question for staff. There was a concern raised about having the IFFA, International Firefighter Association, review of cell towers. Was that done?
That is not something that we do, no.
Okay. And then there was another one, other cities' distance requirements from residential neighborhoods. I'm not sure how that plays, but
Yeah, so that's not something that this project is subject to. Under our new code, we do have a distance requirement, but again, it is based on the type of facility. So it's 1 foot for every 1 foot in height.
got it. And then my last question is, it's kind of a subjective thing, but why is staff seemingly more interested in the mono tree as opposed to the three?
Aesthetically, the tree blends in with the other trees that are surrounding it versus the three poles that are located in a parking lot with no trees or nothing to blend into.
Okay.
Chair, may I?
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, actually, for the mono tree, it's 60 feet high. The diameter is 20 feet. Oh, it's the radius.
It's a diameter of 25 feet.
25 feet. Yeah, actually, I also noticed that you have some shadow analysis in the documents. Almost say no impact to the neighbor, but I think, at least I don't think that's true. Is that going to cause city some trouble in the future?
I don't know if I have a good picture. So it would be in an existing, it's kind of hard to see. It would be in an where existing trees are located. So there's already existing trees within the area. This would be adding a tree. I don't know if that makes sense. No?
Yeah, I mean, are you sure the existing tree is 60 feet?
I do not know how tall the existing trees are.
Yeah.
It would be taller than the existing trees, you are
Yeah,
correct.
the thing worries me is those statements, even including the property value, I don't think it's true, but it's in the document. I think the city is looking for trouble, since it's not true. Yeah, thank you.
Chair, if I might add a little bit, you keep referring to the trouble, Commissioner Wang. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
So
Property value.
if your concern is legal trouble, I'm not too concerned. I mean, the fact that there's already shade generated by the trees reduces the impact of this. But beyond that, it's not an environmental impact. If, as a policy matter, you decide the shade is unacceptable to the commission, then you could reject the conditional use permit because the design, location, and size is incompatible with the surrounding uses. So you have a policy ground to reject the project if you conclude the shade is too severe, but it's not a legal trouble for the city. I'm not concerned that this, generates some sort of liability for the city, if that's your question.
Okay, so anything in the document, if it's not true, but you state it's true, then we don't have any legal liability for that?
What statement is untrue, Commissioner?
I think I thought the shadow and the property value, so no, probably also they mentioned positive impact to the property value in the document. So do you think that's true?
Values should the wireless facility go in?
I see. So you're concerned that if property values go down as a result of this being installed, could someone sue the city for the loss of property value? In other words, an inverse condemnation lawsuit against the city.
Yeah, actually, anything in the document should be true, not false, right? In the document. Since it's a formal document, you listed in the formal document say.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm not familiar with what you're referring to. Where's the false statement? I agree, anything the city puts out should be true. Are you saying the city has put something false into a document?
I think last meeting, I think AT&T, they have some consultant here. I think probably also the neighbors here. I remember Commissioner Cherukuru also asked if somebody tried to buy the house, you ask your husband, so probably you won't, right? But in that meeting, the consultant, if I remember correctly,
Yes.
they mentioned at least no negative impact to the property value.
Okay, thank you.
And that's in the document.
Now I'm familiar with the document you're referring to. So the applicant
Yes.
hired a consultant
Yeah.
to prepare an opinion on what would happen to the property values. So again, does that produce trouble for the city? I'm not concerned about a document that the applicant got that's an opinion about property values, which is inherently subjective.
Also,
may-
so then the applicant, they can say whatever they want to say, even it's not true.
Well, Commissioner, again, it's an opinion piece.
Okay.
If you believe the applicant is deceiving you or the city, you can make one of the findings for
Okay,
denying this project.
okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Priya?
No, just wanted to add that from most of my career itself, the applicant is welcome to provide n number of studies. That doesn't all make it true. Just like a public record, people can always give their opinions. We can all give our opinions. They're all subjective too. That's why it's a discretionary process. From a legal standpoint, the code, the conditions of approval, the actual decision by the Planning Commission, those are the binding documents.
Okay, Commissioner Busan.
One of the questions that I have for you is, okay, the 300-foot setback, you said it doesn't apply because that was a residential area. Before the church was there were houses in there. So that was considered to be, when did that change? Because you have the condominiums, the townhouses next door, then you have the residents in the backyard. My consideration to that, and across the street, there's also residential. When did that change to make it a non-residential area, and why did that happen? And in my book, that still should be a residential area with 300-foot setback.
So our previous zoning code, if you recall, was from 1969. It did not have wireless facility regulations in it at all. When we adopted our new code last year, if you recall, in February, we added wireless facility regulations. This project came in 2023 prior to us adopting the new code. Therefore, it is under the old 1969 regulations.
But excuse me, you said you changed, it isn't considered to be a residential.
No.
That's what.
The area is residential.
Okay, that's what
It's
I wanted,
residential.
that's what I wanted to make
Yes,
perfectly
it's
clear.
absolutely residential.
That's what I want to make.
There's just, this project is not
In
subject to the
1969,
new
we
rules.
didn't have that in our coast. We knew we were going to have cell phones and cell towers back then anyway. Yeah, that's not insistent. But now it exists, and my concern is the same thing with 300-foot setback. Even though it's not there, I wouldn't want to be living in there and then all of a sudden have that put in back on me. So that's the whole thing, that it's, our thing is to follow the rules and follow the regulations, but also to put our citizens above anything else. That's the way that I look at it. Thank you.
Anyone else before I jump in? No? Okay, so I have a couple of comments, mostly questions. The aesthetics of a 60-foot monotree is subjective. I think the aesthetic of that structure needs to be determined less by the city and more by the residents that have to observe it out their back window every day. So I will invite the public to give their opinion on the aesthetic of a 60-foot monotree versus the three-pole approach, which is considerably less visible, not at all from back windows. The other thing was I don't really want to muddy it with the other thing. So I'm going to let that one go. I think that unless there's other questions, we're open to the applicant to represent his portion of the project. And I would request that he focus on the differences from last time, the things that were done and efforts made to try and address the residents' concerns, and then take us forward, and we'll see how we go from there with the public's input. Thank you.
But Leslie did a phenomenal job covering things, so I could jump around a little bit. So bear with me. All right, thank you, and good evening, commissioners. My name is Steve Pro. I'm with AT&T. I'm with Complete Wireless Consulting, representing AT&T on behalf of this project. With me this evening via Zoom, I do have an AT&T radio frequency engineer, Enrico Cornejo, with us, who will be able to address any questions along those matters. Okay, great. Ooh, we upgraded. Yes, so during our last meeting, we were asked to investigate, we were asked to get in contact with Parks and Recreation to coordinate the feasibility of the facility at Central Park before a vote is casted. I met with Damon Sparacino, Director of Parks and Recreation, regarding the potential of the AT&T facility at Central Park. We assessed the public suggestions and had to unfortunately exclude nearly half of them due to a forthcoming construction project impacting locations 1, 2, and 3. Location 4 was dismissed based off of park preference. The stadium lights area near the baseball park, near Section 5, was considered and brought back to AT&T. It was concluded that it would not be feasible due to the existing cell phone tower that you see to the right. It's the blue pin off of San Tomas and Homestead right there. That is less than a quarter of a mile away. So it would cause interference with if an antenna was placed at the park on that western side. In addition to the public suggestions, Damon and I conducted a thorough examination of the entire park to identify potential locations for an AT&T facility. Unfortunately, we found the park's existing infrastructure, including the rec area, Veterans Memorial, new playground along with main park walkways, as well as the 2 elementary schools located to the north and south of the park, as well as the future park construction, preclude any possibility of siting a wireless facility without causing extreme undue disruption. Yes, so this attached diagram here shows the current coverage in the area, including a zoomed-in view of Central Park to the right. The park's outline is adequately covered by AT&T service due to the neighboring tower. During the initial investigation in 2020, when AT&T recognized this area needed service, AT&T engineers suggested the eastern section of the park. That's adjacent to Kiley Boulevard, could potentially be a possibility. However, with the passage of time, technology advancements, particularly the introduction of advanced antennas, have improved service quality. As previously stated, deployment along Kiley Boulevard is not feasible due to a forthcoming construction project and the existing infrastructure limitations. The public has talked a lot about alternative locations. I have mentioned this before, but I do want to outline and go in a little bit more detail of things, of all of our due diligence here. Santa Clara High School, which is where we want to cover, does not allow wireless facilities. The school district has expressed its interest with that. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, number 2, they have also expressed its interest. The rooftop colo, number 3, at 2898 Homestead Boulevard. The landowner did not want another carrier on his roof. The shopping center at 830 Kiley Boulevard, we did go here. When we found out the roof was not working, we went to this location. It was going well. However, in the second year, he no longer wanted to be part of the project, so it no longer went forward. That's why we went back to the parking lot design. PG&E substation, no contact, 0. They had, with the combination of everything we worked in that time frame, no contact. Central Park, we just discussed here, and a new location, Earl R. Carmichael Park, located on the top left of the screen of the map there. AT&T engineers explained that this is outside of the search ring and will not cover the service gap adequately or Santa Clara High School. Because there's no viable co-locations or alternate locations for a new wireless facility that is both capable of filling the coverage gap allowed under Santa Clara City zoning and has a willing property owner, a very important part. This location at 3111 Benton is the least intrusive means of filing the coverage gap. So that brings us back to these 2 designs, a 60-foot mono tree and 3 light pole parking lot designs at 42 feet with AT&T antennas located above the light structure. This slide indicates is a comparison of the coverage provided by the 2 designs once activated, highlighting the effectiveness in addressing the coverage gap. It is essential to recognize that this site benefits Santa Clara High School and the surrounding community, and this is also a FirstNet site. For those that are unaware, FirstNet is a public-private partnership between the federal government and AT&T. It was created to equip public safety agencies with advanced telecommunication tools. These tools enable agencies to save lives, solve crimes, maintain community safety. FirstNet's key features include enhanced coverage, capacity, connectivity, cybersecurity, and resiliency. Given the exclusive agreement with the government, AT&T plays a vital role in supporting first responders, especially with this area having limited coverage and the high school. So during these hearings, AT&T has furnished multiple expert studies by professionals in their field, which have effectively alleviated and addressed the concerns raised by the public and commissioners. It is noteworthy to address that the landlord of the church and AT&T do prefer the parking lot design. However, but to be in compliance with the request of Santa Clara Planning, we proposed to go to a single structure. We complied and brought the tree here and brought the following information of the concerns. We did remove the generator. While it was still compliant in code, we removed it and replaced it with 2 batteries cabinets to allow the community and FirstNet as much service as possible during an event of a power outage or emergency. We did do a solar shade study. There is only one house that has solar on it. We included 4 additional houses of where solar would be. And while that one house would have 100% solar, the other 4 houses that have no solar would have 98% sun. So that's very good. And I'll address more on that later. David Wachowski of Oku Solutions and Joint Venture was consulted and to provide empirical property data to analyze and affect wireless facilities at home value resale. His research showed that wireless facilities do not negatively impact real estate valuation, and the correlation between listed sale prices remains consistent, irrespective to the property's distance from facility. This report did include multiple property addresses, APN numbers, all over Santa Clara Valley. So I do suggest to go back and look at it if any questions there. We provided additional coverage maps of nearby locations following a comprehensive investigation into Central Park's viability, which revealed limitations due to the AT&T nearby tower and community-driven infrastructures. It is clear that the park is no longer sustainable. Furthermore, approving a park design would require a municipal election that would incur significant costs to the city of over 6 figures to put on the ballot and would indefinitely extend the project. We were all wondering, why are there no wireless sites at a park? This could be why. And lastly, just to summarize here, both designs that we presented are in compliance here. Again, the red line is the service area that we need coverage in. A lot of homes here, or half of these designs that you see in blue are located near properties. This one on El Camino that is at the tire shop, that's an aerial bird's eye view. That is located 40 feet from a duplex apartment complex. This is the Homestead Road San Tomas. It's even closer in setback lines. And this is another rooftop facility at the Walgreens where people live under it. I respectfully request.
I'm just going to suggest you go ahead and take the extra couple minutes because this is important to everyone here.
Right, well, that was actually just the end of it. So with all that being said, I do respectfully request that the commissioners approve one of these 2 designs this evening. I do thank you for your time. Again, I do have Enrico Cornejo with AT&T Engineering, as well as myself, to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there direct questions from the commission?
Through the chair. Again, we are operating under an old code, as you know, the classic code. I don't want to call it old. The classic code itself. But I want to ask if AT&T is now aware of the new code changes and what it would do from your future coverage plans with this preclusion of 300 feet and or 200 feet, depending on commercial versus residential, and I could be citing it wrong, but not more than 2. Have you thought of your future state, or are you just hoping to slide this and be done with it? Because everywhere you're going to have this 200 feet limitation now.
Well, let me explain it this way. It was brought to my attention by Leslie yesterday at 5:30 by the due diligence of the public that pointed out the new code. I do have a different timeline of when we submitted for the light pole design, which is essentially what we're still in, was submitted back in March 24th of 2023. The new code, then at that time, on April 5th of 23, is when we received the notice of incomplete to ask to put the design into a single structure. So that took some time. Your code went into effect on August 15th of 2024. My first hearing presenting the tree was a week later, and the city has been pushing for the tree since then. Commissioners, I feel with you that you are kind of torn a little bit, listening to our public here, and that's why we presented, had so many continuances or extensions to go to the parking lot design, which again is a preference. The parking lot design, eliminates the fall tower right there. It meets current setbacks that, again, we are grandfathered into by the old code. It has no major concern that the tree brought that, again, alleviated all these reports. I understand that you may have concern, but with the utmost respect, no further questions were asked there. The public could have asked more questions. This is what these hearings are for. So please believe me when I say that we do hire professionals, and I don't see how AT&T or any wireless company would take such a risk, because that would just blow up in publicity news, really. So
I
hope that answers
appreciate
your
that
question.
response. I just want to make sure you understand your future state.
Right, well, our future state, again, to the right, that's what the coverages will look like. And this is the design of a landlord preference and AT&T's preference as well. I don't have much more information with that, but Enrico, I'm sure, can go into that on why a lower center line is preferred more than a higher one, but it may be moot at the same time.
I'm going to ask my question again, and then we'll let it go, because it has nothing to do with this application per se. I just want you to know, and I'll make it a statement rather than a question, that you are coherent and cognizant of the future code implementation for all future AT&T towers. With this preclusion now, you are, of course, with the old classic code, but future code is going to preclude you almost.
I wish I could speak for all of AT&T. I assure you, Complete Wireless is fully aware of this code now.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions? No, I just want to, I'll bring in the other point that I skipped. Who controls the existing trees that this monopole would have been a part of?
They're located on the church property.
So the church could, in theory, decide to cut them down if they had to for fire or blight or whatever reasons.
That would be correct.
But they're not going to touch the monopole. So that 60-foot
That would be correct.
monopole will be there long past the age of those existing trees. So I would strongly recommend that we don't lean on the existing trees as a solid reason to add the 60-foot monopole in that location. They're conveniently there to mask the existence of it, but they are not permanent. So the monopole would be far more permanent in decades terms. Okay.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, please do.
I know that in the lease, it is very well written in there that the landlord does not touch anything on that tower above those, besides changing the light bulbs.
Right, well,
that's
no, I
on
understand that. We're talking about the trees that are there, the actual living organisms. Okay, they are transient. They will be there as long as they're healthy. If they, for whatever reason, become a fire hazard or lightning strikes them or some crazy thing like that, those trees will be gone. So your monotree won't. The trees can be gone. So saying that the trees exist and cause shadows is missing the fact that the monotree will cause a shadow at the length of time that's going to exist, whereas the trees could be removed. That's all.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we open to the public? Okay, let's do that. Let's open to the public. Speaker cards have been turned in, I assume, for most, if not.
Yes, we have 2 speaker cards. We have three, actually. The first one I'll call up is Yang Li Wen. And after that, we have, forgive me if I get this incorrectly, Xiling will be donating her time to Ken Kratz. So Ken Kratz will be the second speaker. Thank you.
Here. The first thing, there's 300 feet for the residential area, right? You so-called, the church is a public area, but unfortunately, we are in the boundary, right? We are the immediate neighbor of the church. Due to this region, you put the monastery 15 feet to my backyard. Does that make any sense? Right? If you said there's no any negative impact, does anyone here agree? Right? No one is a fool, right? We will sell my house, anyone, oh, what's this 60 feet tree? No one thinks this is a real tree. This is a tanner. This is monastery. Will this, do you think it won't affect my property value? I don't think so, right? You have this 350 feet rule is for a reason, right? You must have a reason, right? Health impact, property impact. That's why you have this one. It's only the church is so-called public area, right? We are next to the church, right? You think, does anyone think it's reasonable? I don't think so. It's obviously, right? Now we have another rule. If the tree is 60 feet, it must be away from my backyard 60 feet. Right? I don't think, right, based on everyone's common sense, this makes any sense. Right? 15 feet to my backyard. Right? You have tons of reasons. You think it's okay, but does anyone think it's real make sense? Yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. When you speak, please go ahead and reintroduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Good evening. My name is Ken Kratz, and I'm a member of the AT&T Tower Relocation Group, a group of residents interested in finding a compatible location for the tower. Please locate the AT&T Tower in Central Park in one of two locations that are acceptable to the Parks and Rec Director, Mr. Parasino. The locations include, as best as I can determine from the sketch provided by Parks and Rec, is north of the Veterans Memorial, north of Kaiser Drive on Kiley, near the Community Rec Center. This location is within the red circle on the map of optimum signal distribution that Mr. Pro, the complete wireless consultant on behalf of AT&T, provided. This location is 250 feet to 300 feet from housing located across Kiley. That location includes many large trees that will help blend the tower with the surroundings. Please check with the Parks and Rec Department about moving the proposed infrastructure around to accommodate that location. The second location that should be considered is the east side of Saratoga Creek in the unimproved area near the large dumpster located behind the baseball field backstop. Although this location is slightly outside the red circle of optimum signal distribution, I think it may be a candidate if the tower is slightly increased in height. This location has many benefits. It's far from homes. It is near large trees. Trees along Saratoga Creek, and its installation will be easy due to the unimproved area, the soil in that location. Please recommend the City Council place a measure on the ballot. of the next general election to let the voters decide if they desire to locate a cell phone tower in Central Park. If the measure passes, the revenue the city will receive from the ground lease will eventually offset the cost to put this measure on the ballot. The cell phone tower in the city of Cupertino's Memorial Park was approved by the voters in that city. We are in no rush in our city to have additional cell phone service in our area of the city. So we should carefully study all alternatives to locating the cell phone tower. Please consider it. I have a slide presentation, and would you please start at number 1? Number 1, please. No, that's number 6. I was granted extra time. Ling was very nice. This is a sketch that was provided by Parks and Recreation Department about possible tower sites in Central Park. Yeah, we're all technically challenged here. The two sites that were looked at, and okay, so there's a little problem.
I'm trying to get rid of
Okay, let's try that again. If I can have an extra minute or two.
I was trying to get rid of the.
Are we good? Okay. Yeah, there's 2 dots about center of the page. The one is on the right there, on the right. Yes, that one, thank you. The cursor's on it. Yeah, that is kind of near the CRC between the War Memorial, the Veterans Memorial, and the CRC. There's a big area there bounded by the basketball court and the street. And there's quite an area. I'll show you pictures in a minute. And then to the left is, I think, the dumpster area, and the line going at a diagonal through the sheet is the creek, I believe. So let's have slide number 2, please. Slide number 2. That's not it. Okay, this is the map that I prepared. This is showing, okay, I'd like another 2 minutes, thank you, and we will finish up.
Elizabeth, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This is a map of Central Park that I created with locations suggested by our group. Locations 2, 3, 5, and 6 show approximate locations suggested by Parks and Rec. Okay, and you can see CRC is that big white dot closer to Kylie. Photo 3, please. Photo 3, I'm sorry, yeah, let me make sure, right. This is a photo of location number 2 in Central Park. It's south side of the driveway to the CRC, which is the rec center, looking west. Lots of trees, and it's very hard to see the housing in the background. You see that? There's the street, Kylie, then there's parking, carport, more landscaping, and then blank facades of some of the ends of the buildings there. Excellent location. Next photo, please. This is locations 3 and 6, south of the Community Rec Center, looking east. Lots of room there. And the trees in the foreground are some of the redwood trees that line Kylie. Next photo, please. This is the photo of location 5, the dumpster area on the east side of Saratoga Creek behind the baseball backstop, looking north. And you can see to the left are mature trees. You can see the light poles for the field. And you can see the dumpster on the left. And you can see the unimproved area. It's all soil. It'd be very easy to put a trench through there. Okay, and the last photo, please. This is a photo of the tower, cell phone tower in Memorial Park in Cupertino. Again, that was voted in by the voters, and we could do the same thing in Santa Clara. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie, could you respond to the issues he brought up? Because I think every single one of them was covered by your presentation of the locations and the effects.
So the sites at the baseball field, they did not work because they didn't meet the frequency needs of AT&T, so those are on the eastern side of the park. So any of those sites on the eastern side of the park, let me see if I can go back to his map. There we go. So 5, 4, and 8, those did not work for AT&T's needs. And then the other sites near the parking lot, Parks has a planned construction project that those did not work for. And then the site at number 6, that was not preferred by park staff, it was near a main walking path.
Okay, so what we're hearing is also that's actually not even pertinent, because the real pertinent issue is being able to get property within the park without, and that cannot be done without a general
Election.
Yes.
election.
Yes.
So
The-
our frustration at
the
not
city
being
would
able
first
to
have
use
to
the park.
agree
Yeah.
to want to put it there and
And two-thirds
place it on the ballot.
majority of the residents would have to agree to it. So I'm hearing basically that the park is a non-starter. So our efforts to continuously focus on the park as an option are going to be frustrated by the red tape and the legal limitations that the city is facing. So, and of the other sites, I heard those presented by our applicant as being not options. So is there any other speaker that wants to speak on anything other than the park?
And we do have 2 speakers online as well.
We actually do have cards for other speakers. If they want to come up, we have Nicholas Rossi, Lee Benton, Alexandra, and Sherry.
Okay.
My name's Lee Benton, and I don't like the tower. I really, one thing is those trees over there, they're not 60 feet, they're lower. Okay, so when you're talking 60 feet on Humboldt, you're talking about 63 feet or 65 feet, because there is a elevation difference in between that and Humboldt, where we have a retaining wall in our backyard. I don't want to see that, because you will see it, a tree line like this. You definitely see that. Those trees are kept to a minimum, especially around the power lines. They come in there and they top them. They top my redwood tree all the time, and it's a shame, but underneath those power lines, they are kept down low on purpose because the power line has the right of way. So unfortunately, this tower is going to stick out like a sore thumb. I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once we're done with the residents here that are speaking, then we'll go to the phone. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Honorable Commissioner. My name is Nicholas Rossi, and I'm a resident of Pomeroy Green. I just wanted to point out that the city of Livermore put a tower in Max Baer Park. Cupertino has put a tower in the center of Memorial Park. Santa Clara needs to do what Cupertino, Livermore, and I think Palo Alto have done. I said, even if it requires an election, I think the best solution to the problem is putting the tower in Central Park or another park. I think in the long run, you're going to need that. It's going to have to eventually be put in park, because there just not enough spaces in the residential areas of Santa Clara. And without being next to a house, if AT&T puts a monastery tower in the Santa Clara Baptist Church, it would be much too close to houses on Humboldt and Moraga, and much too close to Pomeroy Green, some of the houses there, or there's a playground in Pomeroy Green on the eastern edge, only a few feet from where the pole would be. So I would submit to the commission that even if you have to have an election, as Cupertino did, Livermore did. I think it's worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on, can I get our attorney, Xander, to please explain to the public the shot clock and the effects of the shot clock for the approval?
Under federal law, wireless telecommunications facilities are subject to a accelerated approval process. It requires the city to act within a certain number of days, and if the city does not act within that time frame, the project will be automatically approved. The only circumstance where you can extend that quote-unquote shot clock is where the parties enter into a quote tolling agreement to extend the shot clock. So here, because of the numerous continuances to have additional hearings on this topic, AT&T and the city have entered into 3 separate shot clock agreements. The current shot clock is due to expire, I'll double check it, but I believe it's February 15th at this point. It's in the agenda report though. So the city must reach a decision, and that includes potential appeal to the city council. So if whatever the decision tonight, if the unhappy party wants to appeal it, we would need to get it on the council agenda prior to that February 15th date. Continuing to extend this is probably not viable because at some point AT&T will simply say no to further shot clock extensions. So yeah, we are sort of on a short fuse here because it needs to be a final decision tonight so that if there is an appeal, which frankly I kind of expect there will be, there's time to go to council.
Okay. So corollary to that, could you or Leslie or someone explain what the duration it is, what duration it takes to put an item on a general election for the 2/3 majority before the public grabs onto that as a real viable option? Let's understand something about that process.
Well, pursuant to state law, you cannot just hold an election anytime. There are only selected days that you can hold an election. The next one that you can hold is in March, but the deadline for putting something on the March agenda is already passed. The next one after that is November 4th or 5th. That would be a special election. There's no general election scheduled for that date. So yeah, the soonest we could hold an election would be 10 months from now. The cost for putting a ballot measure on a general election is more than $120,000. This would be significantly greater than that because it would be a special election. But yeah, AT&T would have to say, yes, I'm okay with delaying another 10 months this application, and would have to, enter into a shot clock, and then the city would have to come up with the more than 6 figures needed to pay for it.
Wait, I need a point of clarification.
You can ask questions.
So
We will continue this.
if, let's say there was a decision to go ahead with a special election, it's going to cost more than $120,000. It couldn't happen because of deadlines until November. Am I understanding you correctly that AT&T could say, pull the trigger on the shot clock and say, so what, I don't want to wait, so now I can do it anyway?
If the city doesn't, well,
Because February 15th, AT&T would have to agree?
I promised you we would never, I would never let us have an expiration of the shot clock.
Well,
If AT&T hadn't signed an extension, had we decided to go to an election, if AT&T didn't sign another shot clock saying, I agree to extend till next November, then we would have to go to council and have to deny the project formally. We would deny it before that happened. Because, no, we don't want automatic approval. No, but nobody
Well, I
wants
realize that's why I'm asking the question. So if you
Yeah.
just deny the whole thing,
We would, if AT&T didn't agree to extend to November.
That's my
Then
question.
we would either do denial here and it.
the decision would be,
It would be
would have to be
final, but if
deny
it
the
gets
whole
appealed to
thing.
council, then it would get denied there. So
Thanks.
yeah, we would only go to an election if AT&T signed a 10-month shot clock extension. I would be
yeah.
surprised if they were willing to that kind of delay.
Okay, that answered
Although I
my
don't wanna speak
question. Thank you. So it's kind of like, yeah, got it.
Real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
It's a simple one. So when you say two-thirds majority, is it two-thirds majority of the eligible voters or two-thirds who actually vote?
2/3 of those who actually vote in that election.
Thank you.
It's hard.
Quick question.
Microphone off.
Could we have AT&T also pay for that election somehow?
There's no mechanism to force them to do so, but anything can be negotiated. So if we were going to enter into a lease agreement hypothetically with AT&T, sure, we could say, and your first lease payment will be the upfront cost of the election.
There you go.
And it's all contingent on approval because the election may go south. Anything can be negotiated, but that's a lot of if they agree to.
Right. We could make it agreed to.
All right, so should we get back to, okay, please, go ahead. Thank you for being patient.
I am speaking on behalf of my mother, Retha Rossi. We disagree with the location of the AT&T tower on Benton Street. During the meeting with the Planning Commission in November, we presented other possible alternatives for the location of this tower. The tower needs to be placed in an area where people visit but do not reside. Furthermore, these towers will cause aesthetic damage to our neighbors, as well as the devaluation of property value and cause a health hazard. Honorable Commissioners, we urge you to act in the best interest of us and our neighbors rather than of AT&T and of the Santa Clara Baptist Church. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vignesh Vikraja, and I live in Humboldt, at the intersection of Moraga and Humboldt Avenue. And my house is located right across the three-pole design, and it's in the front yard of my house. It's not in the backyard like the chair was talking about, right? So it's eyesore for me every day. And I also oppose the other tower, the long mono tree, for reasons the other residents just cited. I'd like to dive deep in one of the topics, which is about the property values, right? I totally disagree with the report submitted by Mr. Prue. We all know that we can always make reports the way we want it, right? I have sent a link from the National Association of Realtors on my email dated January 11th with multiple links which are peer-reviewed, which show that there's up to 20% decrease in property values across the US. And let me read a couple of quotes. The negative price impact of 9.78% is more severe for properties within visible range of tower, and there are multiple such reports, right? I want to emphasize that if this goes through, right, I really hope the city council sides with the residents who are tax-paying and who are going to be here forever and not just doing transactional deals like corporate companies. I am prepared to go consider all possible options, including legal options, which could cost the city, AT&T, and others in the order of 8 figures. It's not 6 figures or something like that. I want to emphasize that. The other point I want to emphasize is I want the council members to take a moral ground here, right? We could have technicalities, we could have legal things. Please think about, would you be okay living in a house right across your backyard and do the needful? I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dear Planning Commission, as a longtime resident of Humboldt Avenue and a lifelong real estate professional, I'm unconditionally opposed to the installation of AT&T's proposed cell towers along Benton Avenue on Santa Clara Baptist Church property, which abuts a heavily residential neighborhood. The 300 feet code should be taken into consideration for this project. Had I known about this project at all from the very onset many years back, I would have objected to it. Furthermore, I would have implored the city to make the new code retroactive for any cell tower yet to be installed. Mr. Prue himself declared during the Planning Commission meeting on October 23rd that AT&T initially reached out to the Parks and Recreation Department and got quote-unquote zero response. I'd like to ask Mr. Prue to answer exactly who did AT&T reach out to, how many times, when, and by what method, phone call, email? Because when members of our community reached out, the City Parks and Recreation Department graciously provided a time to meet with us soon after our request and offered 2 potential locations to AT&T not long after our meeting. This leaves me no choice but to question the veracity of Mr. Prue's claims of having received zero response. I'd like to know the location to be deemed to be too close to residential This is according to what I've heard regarding Mr. Prue's 2 locations that were provided by the Parks and Residential, that one was not possible because it was too close to residential, and the other being too out of the zone. When AT&T was in negotiations at 830 Kiley, before that deal fell through in February 2022, 830 Kiley is farther away from Santa Clara Baptist Church than Central Park is. So why did 830 Kiley deal fall? So that could that deal have been saved had AT&T decided to pay the potential landlord a higher rent amount? The National Association of Realtors has published a number of studies citing economic impact and property value due to the decrease due to the proximity of cell phone towers to residential areas. And as a real estate professional who's active in the field, I can attest that every single client I've served, could I get 30 more seconds, please, is adamant about their purchase of their real estate properties for residential, not being in close proximity to a cell tower, and all of my colleagues have said the same about their clients. This is not an opinion, this is a fact. Per the Housing and Urban Development, cell phone towers are, quote unquote, a hazard and nuisance, and appraisers must take them into account when performing property appraisal per their guidelines. The appraiser must, and this is a quote from their site, the appraiser must indicate whether dwelling or related property improvements is located within the easement serving high voltage transmission line. If the dwelling or property improvement is located within such an easement, the underwriter must obtain a letter.
Appreciate your comments, thank you. But we do have others, so we have to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, actually, unfortunately not, legally. If you can get someone to grant you their time, then you can have another round. No. Meanwhile, while you work it out, let's go on to the first phone.
We do have 2 speakers online.
So we'll go with Linda online. You should be able to unmute and speak.
This is Linda. I'm just a City of Santa Clara resident, and I have lived in areas where you could not get cell phone connection at all. I also live in an area where my backyard has lots of power lines, etc. And I think somebody referred to power lines in their backyard. So this is, yes, it's a change. We changed from being a very cattle country to agriculture to residential. This is a new change. People are fighting it. I understand why they're fighting it, because they don't like change. But change does happen. If they're willing to not have cell phones, not have electricity, then they should move out of the area where that is true. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. We have Diane online.
Diane, you should be able to unmute.
Yeah, I just did. Hi, I'm Diane Harrison. I live in Pomeroy Green. My first comment is I don't know who the first initial presenter was, but I found that the giggling by her and then later by the attorney were very disrespectful to all the residents who have spent countless hours of time and research trying to oppose this tower. I don't think that was right at all. If the tower benefits the high school, they should be willing to have it on their property. And the last thing is back to Central Park. A slightly higher tower will work from the east side of Central Park. All you have to do is raise the tower a little bit, and you'll be able to still get the coverage from the east side of Central Park. And then also it's just not fair, the fact that, this happened to be just before the new zoning code came in. Why should we pay the penalty for when the zoning code came in? We should be able to be under the new zoning code, which obviously was done with care and consideration for the residents. And we shouldn't be treated differently from schools and other places, because we should be treated better, actually, because we're there 24/7, 365, and all these other locations are not. And also, I support the ballot measure. I believe that the cost will be recovered from the revenue that would be generated from these cell phone companies. Thank you.
Thank you.
You. Anyone else?
We don't have any other hands raised.
Did you get a
We'll-
handoff for one of the speakers? Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can take time for her.
One point I wanted to raise is there's a talk about interference of two different AT&T towers being located close to each other near Central Park. I realize that there's already a T-Mobile tower and there's a Verizon tower in the church. Is that not a concern? And we'd like to understand the technical details behind it. And we really don't trust a lot of things Mr. Prue is telling here, right? The multiple situations and facts showing that they're not acting in good faith. And we'd like to understand this before the approval goes on.
Thank you.
I just has a simple question. I burned one 1968. Before I died, should I follow the new rule or the old rule? Right, before the permit get it, why we discuss a long time? Because we don't have the new rule. We don't know the new rule there, right? So we don't think it's not common sense. We think that all we have common sense. We discuss is not reasonable, put the backyard only 15 feet, right? So that's why I discuss. Now we find a new rule here. Why we don't follow the new rule? Why we have the new rule? That's my question.
Well, I sympathize with the confusion over common sense and law. They sometimes don't overlap. And in this situation, we're operating under an older set of rules that have guided the decisions and the process to get us to this point. If our attorney would like to speak in on any of that, that's fine. If not, it's okay, we can move on.
Just briefly, Chair, the code, and any code, when you adopt a massive new body of law, there has to be some sort of recognition of the fact that you're already going to have some projects in the pipeline. Some of those projects go on for years before they get to a hearing, multiple years. And so our code, like all zoning codes, has a pipeline provision, and it has 4 different sort of stages of grandfathering. It has applications that are complete, applications approved yet not under construction, projects that are already and projects that are already under construction, and projects that haven't yet reached a complete application. We treat those 4 differently. But for good or bad, the way we set up our code was we decided when an application is complete, that locks in the standards that are in effect on that day. Perhaps, it was the right decision, perhaps it wasn't, but we had 2 years of public hearings on this code, and that was the process that was worked out over time. And I understand that it's not going to satisfy everyone.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers before we move to the rebuttal?
We do not have any hands raised online and nor in the council chambers.
So before we start the rebuttal, I had some questions from the commissioners.
I'm curious about something. Can you go back to the map that I think Ken said it had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the little dots?
Actually, it has the same map.
I think Ken said he had put it, the spots in Central Park. There we go. Okay, so I understand that the spot by the baseball was not meeting AT&T frequency requirements. So I'm curious, and maybe Mr. Pro can explain it when he does his rebuttal, which I assume he will, that what were those frequency requirements and how were they not being met? I know it's a minor point, but I'd like to know the answer to that.
Okay, well, I guess you can respond to it directly as part of, before your rebuttal, so.
If there is more questions, I prefer to just have them all down. Some of these questions from the public and your question would be best answered by my radio frequency engineer online. Thank you.
Commissioner Wang?
Yeah, actually, I have a feeling we all agree if the base station can be located in the park, probably that's better. I think the residents, they give some location. I mean, other than the park, any location the neighbor identified for potential?
Yeah, I
No?
believe the applicant responded to the suggested list of alternatives, but he can respond again in the rebuttal.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have the same question as Nancy, since and actually that gentleman also made a very good point. Yeah, right now on the church they have some base station there already. You have no issue with the wireless interference. Why it's in the Central Park? It's far away from other base station. Why you have the interference? Yeah, thank you.
That's a different provider. I know. I think, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we have a process and that. Okay. Thank you. Other comments from the, no? Okay, let's move to the rebuttal then, please. Go ahead with the questions. Oh, I have a question that you can add to your list. Are you at all open to waiting for a general election and getting the will of the people to allow you to put your tower in the park?
That question's very interesting, being that the park's not longer a viable option, so that question's kind of moot. Though
it's currently not a viable option. It would possibly be a viable option at the end of a general election, with the option opening up the ability to put a cell tower in the park.
Chair, if I may, the Director of Parks and Rec has stated that the parks is not a viable site for them. The locations, they did a thorough analysis with the applicant. I don't know if the city council has the ability to change that, but the Director of Parks, or the city manager, but the Director of Parks, with his initial analysis, has determined that that's not viable.
Okay, we've eliminated the park as an option.
Well, hold on, let me ask a question, if I may, about that. So you say he eliminated on the basis of, because you also put in that we needed an election if we wanted to do it. So was the rationale based on, we just don't want it because we don't feel like it, or because we would have to go through a general election and that's the reason why we don't feel it's viable?
No, based on their analysis, so walking through AT&T's needs and walking through what the park has planned for the park property, right, future projects, the uses of the park, based on those two things, their analysis, the Director of Parks and Rec felt that it wasn't viable for AT&T and for the park.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, actually, we went over this last meeting that we had. I brought it up that there wasn't going to be able to do it because there was a lot of restrictions that they, with Central Park. And the places that you want to put it, just for advocates' rebuttal on this, is that you have like Christmas in the park, that's where you want to put it, and so on and so on and so on. It just doesn't work for the park. We need more. It's just not going to work.
The point of my question was to give the applicant an opportunity to respond to this rather than become a discussion. So, go ahead.
To answer your question, if AT&T would be willing to extend the tolling agreement 10 months, that would be a respectful no. With the park, if I could get my slides back up, it'd be helpful so I can get more of a visual here. Again, in the original search ring, the red circle, you could see some yellow portion of where it could possibly work. You know, when we went back in 2020, 21, looking for potentials, this came up here. I want to point out that Kylie Boulevard, the front of that park, is a main artery to your city. This area, that park is robust, it's vibrant. Every new construction is new townhomes that built up. You guys took out a lot of gas stations on El Camino from when I was growing up, and I see them replaced by these new condos here. So you're running out of space, like the tire location on El Camino that had, that location there, What was around it before? When did it get built? What was built around it? The Homestead location was approved back in 2003, way before, where we're at today with cell phones. But yet those houses were still built there before, and it got approved. But I would like to go over everyone's comments respectfully on there. Mr. Benton, to answer your question about the trees, per the site drawings here and the elevation, it looks like the trees range anywhere from 24 to 35 feet. Of course, depending on where you're looking, changes this perspective angle of that. To the Rossi family, mentioning other locations, other jurisdictions that do have cell phone towers in their parks. I'm not familiar with Cupertino, but I am pretty familiar with Livermore. And I can say that Livermore does not have any language in their code or charter that would require a special election. To be quite honest, this is a first of me hearing this and some other colleagues of mine. Let's see, moving on here to Mr. Vingesh. I apologize that you don't believe me, but I assure you that our consultants that we hired are professionals. I highly doubt that they would risk their careers off of false information, knowing that something's going on public record. So I do have full confidence in the people that we hire here and with AT&T. In regards to the real estate, that has all respectively no legal interaction with us. Whatever they have in their contracts of their real estate is between them, and it's totally separate from what we have here. And I imagine it would be very hairy to read it and see how and whatnot goes along with the FCC and those contracts of talking about health risks. So that's a box of snakes we don't want to open. I don't think anyone does, respectfully. And then let's see here, what else do I have? Pretend that, it wasn't an issue for Central Park. Please don't assume that, it may work just because of location. We still have utilities. We still have power to look into. Central Park would require, hypothetically speaking, 2 lease location areas, similar to the monotree that we have proposed. Unlike the light standard, there's already an existing lease area that's not used. So there's no addition of land. It's less invasive on there. And then, thank you, Linda. And then to the comments about of us getting in contact with Central Park respectfully, yes, we did contact them back in 2020, 2021. And then we got, our leads here. And then we got willing landlords. And we have spent time and money and resources. Keep in mind, we have been here since 2023. There's been, it's just been some time. So I think that there's a lot of reasons why negotiations don't go through, and it's not because of money all the time. It's landlord preference, and that's something to keep in mind, just like the park's preference does not like locations 4, 7, and 8. We can't override the.
So I granted extra time to the public. I will grant you a little, but see if you can wrap up quickly.
I would like to actually have my radio frequency engineer speak. He can address the concerns of raising the tower and how that will not work. It will address your questions, Congresswoman. And if you could please unmute Enrico Cornejo on the Zoom.
I
answer
think this constitutes answering questions more so than rebuttal. So please go ahead.
Thank you.
Enrico, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, good evening, council members. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so regarding the raising the height of the tower at this central park on the west or east side, we have an existing site east along San Tomas Expressway. And what that would do is cause interference because Central Park right now is fully covered by that site. So building a site there would not benefit AT&T. It's just going to cause interference and it's not going to be usable for us. And also to address the question regarding an existing carrier, T-Mobile and Verizon on the church, if that would not cause interference with us. They operate on a different set of frequencies assigned by the FCC so that we don't interfere with each other.
Okay.
May-
What numbers?
Yeah, may I ask a question?
Oh, that was the distance issue of to the other pole. Okay, maybe you could explain the distance issue again for Commissioner Biagini in a simpler way.
Yeah, that the AT&T, I'm not sure I understood how the area around the baseball park did not meet the AT&T frequency. Not sure I got an answer I can understand on that, so
I'm going to pull up a slide to help with that.
thank you.
I'm assuming that the other antennas are close enough to affect the antennas in the park. Is that?
The one by San
Yeah.
Tomas over?
Right.
Yeah, the existing site at San Tomas Expressway is only a quarter mile away.
Right, right.
From the baseball park. And what that would do is just saturate the new site. And it will just cause interference and it's basically going to be useless. It would not take traffic because of that, because we use the same set of frequencies on our sites. That's why we space them together. We don't, a quarter mile is too close.
So does that then rule out the other spots at Central Park? I mean, I'm kind of curious. I mean, if it's going to rule out that one because the frequency interferes from San Tomas, would it rule out the other ones in Central Park?
For reference to understand the map on the right side, the dot is the site of San Tomas, the homestead, and I've outlined the lease area of Central Park in red, and the blue square is the baseball field. You can see all that is majority green. We want to go more yellow, more purple.
Got
So
it.
would Kylie Boulevard then be on the yellow side?
Yeah.
It would be on the yellow side. It'll be right in front, local view, main artery of the park, and in the way of the park's future construction project that they have planned in the near future.
That helps my understanding. Thank you.
Sure, but we should really remember to focus away from the park at this point. I've heard so many
I understand
compelling
that, but-
reasons why it's not an option.
Let me ask my question, maybe.
Go ahead.
Okay, so going on the edge of the park, when we talked about monopoles at the church, being naive as I am, we have lights already along Kylie Boulevard that are on poles, obviously. Can a monopole be placed on an existing pole? I don't mean literally putting two poles on. Can you put antennas on an existing pole to make it, turn it into basically a monopole?
Referring to like a city light?
Yes.
Or, yes, I've seen that done before. You know, but again, and I'm not sure what I am allowed to say with my meeting with Parks and Recreation on this future project.
Well, let's put it this way. This is literally on the street, right? The pole may not be even within the jurisdiction of the park for all I know. But let's just say for the moment, putting that aside, I'm sure our staff will be very good about telling me about that. Would that be a potential option?
Well, I'm going to say no, because we need a lease area. Where are we going to put that? We're not going to put that in the front of the park. You know,
that's the
and you're
thing,
going to
is
have multiple light poles that would need antennas. Each light pole would need 3 antennas.
Understand. I'm just, yeah, that's why I was asking, right? Because I know a pole already has power. I don't know, being naive, that it's enough power. I'm assuming you would have to pull more lines.
It would be 200 amp power of.
That's more lines.
You know,
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, I would stress the lease area of blocking, you know, there's not really, if you go to the park, between sidewalk and parking lot, there's not a lot of green grass, you know, space there, to be honest with you. So eliminating more space wouldn't be favored. But again, this is hypothetical and a perfect example if Parks and Rec was on board. Essentially, they are politely saying, no, we are not interested. And what they are interested in does not work for us, or wouldn't work for AT&T.
Thank you.
Very simple. AT&T is late to the dance. Everybody else got their towers on, their towers working. So what you want to do is you want us to accommodate AT&T and put it on the back of the residents around the area. So it looks like you guys just got a little bit late to the dance.
I don't. That's my personal opinion. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not so much late. We started in 2020.
I'm just bringing it.
There has been, I'm sure Dish went on during that time.
Yeah.
You know, but we've gone back and forth. We've dealt with requests. Here we are nearly 5 years later.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much more information than what we knew in December. So again, with that, to the end of my rebuttal, I do respectfully ask that the commissioners make a decision tonight on one of the 2 designs in favor, with, again, keeping in mind that the landlord of the church and AT&T does prefer the parking lot design. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've exhausted public and commission questions. Is there anyone else with a question here before we move to a motion?
We can have a discussion among.
I move
Yes,
to
we can.
close public.
That's perfectly fine.
Move to
We
close.
need to move.
Second.
To close public comment, sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Crutchlow moved to close public comment. Commissioner Biagini, second.
Oh, okay, I thought it was Chair Kuro, okay. One moment.
I think there were many seconds.
Please cast your vote to close public hearing. Commissioner Chair Kuro, can you cast your vote there? Thank you very much. The motion passed.
Thank you. Now you can please feel free to bring up your concerns.
Okay.
Start with.
So let me start by saying, number one, I had Verizon for quite a long time, and the reason I changed is because I thought I could get better coverage with another provider, T-Mobile, which unfortunately did not work out. So when we talk about, who's late to the game and such like that, I think that our problem is we have cell phones, people want cell phones. We need to have that coverage in some way, but at the same time, we have to balance it out. Who wants it in their backyard? So I know that the AT&T wants this tonight, but even if we do say, yes, let's do that project, it is not going to answer the overall problem that we're having in Santa Clara, in my mind. It has to have something that covers everybody. Otherwise, we're going to have these kinds of discussions over and over on the same thing, and people would say, well, fine, that's nice, but just don't do it in my backyard. I think we can do a better job than that. I know the school board has said, no, they don't want it. I know Parks and Recreation has said they know they don't want it. I still think there should be some kind of master plan that says, hey, we need this, and we need it not just for AT&T. It has to be for everybody. And it has to not do it in a way that's going to fundamentally have somebody have a huge 60-foot antenna in their backyard. So, my consideration is, unless we're addressing that and the overall big problem, we're going to go over this over and over again, and I don't want to do that. I don't think that's efficient or makes good use of Santa Clara resources. Thank you.
Next, anyone else?
No, I would just like to make a motion. Bring that up.
Still hearing other Commissioner, okay.
Commissioner Biagini, and then I'll go.
I kind of feel like the Planning Commission has been put between a rock and a hard spot, okay? First, the issue with an election, that's very expensive for the city. In addition, you've got an awful lot of ifs, which involve the shot clock and agreements and can we postpone? And then the bigger if is whether or not you get a 2/3 vote. Those are all difficult. Then you've got the school board and the park saying it's not going to work, either at Santa Clara High or in the parks. I really paid close attention to, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, with the sweater vest and the white shirt. Listened very closely to what she said, and she said a lot of things that made a lot of sense to me. Find you over to the right. Sure. Yeah, over here. About real estate values. Now, I understand the consultant has an opinion that it's not going to affect, but I tend to find comments from you as a real estate person and from data that the residents put forward, anywhere from 7 to 9% difference, that it probably will, my subjective opinion, based on what I've heard, it probably will affect resident real estate values, and that bothers me greatly. And the other thing that bothers me greatly about the Mono Tree is that, I mean, I know that area, I've been here all my life, and gee, big surprise, the Mono Tree is significantly higher and more permanent than the trees that are already there. That doesn't, to me, sound like it blends in very well. I tend to feel that if we're going to do anything, the most realistic approach would be the 3-pole option along Benton Street, which I'm not hearing, that may not be the best one, but considering the cost of a special election and the effect that a mono tree would have on the residents, at this point, unless somebody can convince me differently, that's what I'm looking at, is the 3-pole solution. So we can put it to bed, move forward, and not impact the residents so much. That's all.
Thank you. And I'm going to probably reflect, you've probably known this, we think alike. So I'll just preface this, and I'm probably going to sound that I'm speaking to through both sides of my mouth, okay? So I have AT&T, it sucks at the moment. So yes, I'm looking for coverage. We are a 5G network. I know AT&T is installing fiber cables underground. I also want everybody in the city of Santa Clara to recognize every other property has a utility pole in your backyard. I have one in mine. Only this reason we have this conversation here is because this is not part of the city infrastructure plan, or it's privatized. Infrastructure such as Wi-Fi poles, data centers are all privatized at the moment, so we have this ability to continue. If it was a utility pole that's in your backyard, which I bought my house, knowing fully well that there's a utility pole, knowing its fallacies of it could catch a fire, it has probably radiation impacts, knowing all of it, Santa Clara is still a preferred city from a real estate standpoint. So I'll just let that infrastructure, utilities master plan has to happen. So I'll second in the larger scheme of things. But I also want to state that would I want to purchase a house, and I've said this with a 60-foot monopole looking at my backyard, in my backyard? No. But of the perception and the non-commission reviewable issues today, we cannot give any opinion legally or in the framework of this forum, any real estate perception, values devalued. Every property here is always going to sell. Also, City of Santa Clara is densifying housing everywhere. We are going to increase our housing density. So the 200 feet rule, that's why I was asking, is going to hit somebody or the other. So this is a classic of not in my backyard, can happen anyway, but I need my AT&T coverage, I need my Xfinity coverage, I need my Verizon. So threats of going to appeal, always welcome. That's what we are here for. The other, health, it is always going to be an issue. You have it in your pocket right now, so be cognizant. Okay, it's in your pocket. So I'm not going to take my opinion based on that. We are all here with the necessary evil. Other locations. This application in front of us is looking at just 2 possibilities, and that's what we have in our realm here today. Everything else is a future state. It's a hypothesis. So here today, we have a decision between the 2 locations, whether it's a monopole or a 42-foot pole. That's it. Everything else, whatever you all want to take offline, is absolutely welcome. You can take it to the city council again. You can say this. I will say again, from the regulatory perspective, from the legality of this, we are limited with what we can. Taxpayers, I am taxpayer, city council members are taxpayers. Everybody has to have their version of what they think is the right thing for the city, but there's only so much within the FCC, the federal law, that will preclude, not in my backyard, but has to happen somewhere. So the commission's ability to make a decision is only on 2 fronts, and keep me honest here, Xander, is going to be on the aesthetics and its compliance with the general plan and the zoning code requirements. And in these 2 cases, we are only looking at one, which is the lesser of the 2 evils between the 2 locations, because everything else meets code requirements. So with that said, I'm going to lean to the same. In the application here, beyond a motion of denial of the application itself, and we have to find findings for it, we have to decide whether we are going to pick one of the 2 options. So I would suggest whoever's making the motion, do it out by ruling out first of the 2 options.
Commissioner Pia, I'd like to make a suggestion to you. Change carriers if you're having problems with AT&T. It'll make your life a little bit easier.
Sorry, we are not here talking about public or private opinions.
They brought it up. It's just ridiculous.
I'm saying my opinion, just like you said on real estate.
Okay.
Commissioner Booza,
Yes, ma'am.
personal opinions are personal opinions.
And that's
And
what
I
you
am
have.
saying this in context of
And now, so what I'm saying
everybody's
too.
coverage is unique.
There it is.
So,
If something
like
doesn't
real
work,
estate,
if doesn't work for you,
so
try
can
something
people
else.
move.
All right,
So
let's
can
go.
people move.
Let's get back to the topic on
Let's
hand.
make a motion, get this
Make a
done.
motion, if you'd like, and then we will proceed from there.
Oh, maybe just a last statement. I know it's a tough decision, but the long term, I think most of people agree this wireless facility should be probably in the park or something. Right now, I think putting the election, it's too late. But I think probably we can consider that in the future. I kind of agree with Nancy. Yeah, probably we have to pick one.
So
Thank
do
you.
we have a motion from someone who would like to state an opinion, and then we can move forward?
I'd like to, but again, I'm going to probably mess it up, so y'all can help me.
Give it a shot.
All right. Some way of denying the conditional use permit for the mono tree. Help me out here, Xander. Because what I think on your recommendation, deny the mono tree followed by adopt a resolution for the 3-pole. That's where I'm headed. So tell me the best way to move forward, Xander.
Well, if you approve the monopoles, you don't need to take any action on the mono tree. It will automatically be denied by
So I don't,
taking.
okay, so I don't need to do a deny on the singular. Okay,
Right.
then I would like to,
Technically, no. I know that that was a suggestion of one way to go, but you don't have to take those 2 separate things.
Okay.
But if you are making a motion to approve one of the designs, I recommend you first make the CEQA determination.
okay, so then that's determine the project is categorically exempt from formal environmental review per section 15303D, new construction of utility extensions of the CEQA guidelines. There's my first motion.
Second. Chair Crew.
The motion was made by Commissioner Biagini, seconded by Commissioner Cherukuru to approve staff recommendation 1. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Okay, thank you, and the motion passed.
I have another motion. Okay. Due consideration to the wonderful input from the residents, even though it's not everybody's happiest moment, I'd like to move to adopt a resolution to approve a conditional use permit for a new unmanned AT&T wireless telecommunication facility with the installation of 3 42-foot 6-inch monopoles, 3111 Benton Street, subject to findings and conditions of approval.
Second.
And for Elizabeth's sake, this is staff alternative 2.
Yes.
Oh, okay, very good, thank you.
It's alternative number 2.
Thank you, thank you. I was stuck on the recommendation there, so thank you. Okay. And who seconded the motion?
Chair Crew.
Thank you. Go ahead and cast your vote, please.
What? 60-foot?
This is for the 3. Is
three.
alternative,
2. Alternative 2.
staff alternative.
Alternative
Option
number
2.
2.
3 monopoles,
This one.
3 poles.
the street lights.
Parking lot lights.
Parking lot lights.
Parking
I
lot
want to
lights.
preface
Parking
everything.
lot,
It's
yes.
inside the property, not on the street.
Do I?
No, it's.
There's recommendation and there's an alternative. So there's an alternative. Do you see the alternatives here? Yeah. Okay. And this is to adopt staff alternative 2.
It's not worded the same way, that's why I'm saying it.
That's why she clarified it in the separate line down there that says adopt staff alternative 2.
We're not approving the mono tree,
It's
put
for
it
the
that way.
3, this is for the 3 monopines.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I think I already said that. It's for the 3 poles, not the mono tree. Yeah.
The 3 poles in the parking lot. Okay, thank you. I think we have everyone. Thank you. And the motion passed. Thank you.
Okay, so apparently we can move forward. If our attorney would like to explain the appeal process for residents or anyone else.
This is a final decision of the Planning Commission. There is a 7-day period to appeal this decision to the City Council. Appeal can be taken by filing the appeal form with the Planning Division within 7 days.
And it would be agendized before the February 15th deadline for the short.
Absolutely. There is a council meeting on February 14th. I suspect that's the most likely date for the hearing.
Cutting close, okay?
Calendar days, calendar days.
Okay, well, I appreciate everyone coming and giving their input. Sorry that was not a happy situation for everyone, but I hope that we have come to the compromise that will move the city forward and get the coverage as necessary. That's it for that item. Thank you.
Do we take a break, Chair?
So we have to, sure, I think a break would be appropriate. Let's take an 8-minute break.
The 3 in the...
It's for the 3 poles.
3 lights.
Okay, I paused the meeting.
Thank you. We're going to get started with item 2. Item number 3, which is the second item. And no, let's go back and talk about the tower some more. Public hearing, action on a conditional use permit variance to allow expansion of an existing service station by removing a portion of a fuel canopy and 2 fuel dispensers, and by adding a 1,605 square foot convenience store and self-service car wash within the rear setback for the store at 2455 Lawrence Expressway. Do we have the presentation? Thank you.
Appreciate that, Chair. Annual subject, City of Santa Clara, Associate Planner. The request in front of us today is for a variance for reduced setbacks, reduced street frontage, planter depths, reduced screening planter depths, reduced shrub planter depth, and reduced tree planter depth, as well as a additional use permit for the expansion of a service station for the self-serve car wash and adding the 1,605 square foot convenience store. Just a tad bit of background.
Just a moment while we get the slides up. Thank you. There we go.
All right, perfect. Just a tad bit of background. The application here started as a PRE, and it was submitted back in 2022. The PRE involved mostly the exact same site plan that we have in the updated application that we are reviewing today. The applicant on 11/06/2023 submitted PLN 23-00503 for the conditional use and for the variances. At the time of the pre-application, staff alerted the applicant that we would not be able to recommend approval for the project, and that stands for the PLN 23 as well. The application was deemed complete on August 13th, 2024. So the zoning for this project is reviewed by the Classic Code. So a little bit about the project site. The general map and the zoning map are on the screen. It is Zone CN, neighborhood commercial, and it is surrounded by residential on the south and a mixed use to the north. To the immediate west would be the city of Sunnyvale. The site itself is 42.42 acres, and the site is currently a service station with 6 fuel dispensers and a sale kiosk. Okay. So the CN zoning district is mainly for, well, it's a broad range, but mainly for neighborhoods serving uses such as grocery stores, coffee shops, cafes, local serving offices, etc. The Classic Code CN does allow service stations with a additional use permit, whereas the updated zoning code would not allow service stations with any type of permit. So the 5 variances that we are talking about today is for the reduced rear setback. The code required in the previous code is 20 feet, and the applicant has asked to reduce that to 7 inches for the car wash, a reduced landscaping planter depth for the street frontage. That is 15 feet is required, and it is reduced to 10 feet in the project. Reduced required landscaping screening depth, 5 feet is required. It is reduced to 0 feet, 0 inches behind the car wash, and then 2 feet, 2 inches along the other areas. Same for the required tree planter and the required shrub. The required tree planter is 5 to 10 feet, and it'll be reduced to 2 feet, 2 inches. The required shrub is 4 feet depth, and it is reduced to 2 feet, 2 inches. So a little closer look on the rear of the property, the rear setback variance, so it is requiring 20 feet. Currently, the southernmost fuel dispenser on the property is at 20 feet about, and the proposed setbacks are 7 inches for the car wash, and then 17 feet for the convenience store, and then 17 feet for the car wash building as well, or for the equipment building as well. So all 3 of those will be for the variance. You can see on the street image that the canopy is about at 0 lot line with the rear residential apartment complex. All right, and here's a closer look at what the plans say. Here is that 7-inch setback, and then the 17 feet 2-inch setback, the car wash activator at 2 feet 2 inches, and here is that planter depth that we talked about earlier. Moving on to the landscape variances, reduced planter depth for all of them. Please see on the screen the landscaping plan here. Every tree that doesn't have an X on it like this will remain, they're new trees. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of new trees and new shrubs. That is reiterated here. I wanted to put on the screen what those new trees and new shrubs would appear as. So a 24-inch box, which is all of the trees that are being proposed, and I believe there are 16 trees. Those will all be at the 24-inch box, which is about 8 feet to 15 feet. And then for the 88 shrubs that are being proposed, those are all at 5 gallon, and a 5-gallon shrub is usually about 2 feet to 4 feet. So a little bit of the issues that we see because of the reduced planter depth is that the code specifically points out that the planter depth is there to sustain the growth of these landscaping requirements, the trees and the shrubs. So with that reduced landscaping depth of the planter, it's unclear if A, the landscaping will survive, and B, if that landscaping will grow to actually screen the project. So in case we want to actually see what the required landscaping would appear as, here is the subject parcel, and then on the east, we have the 7-Eleven, which has that type of landscaping in the rear. So that is what we would like to see. All right, for the use permit portion, the code identifies 5 separate findings that we want to see. They're on the screen here, and we'll go through some of them. So first off, we want to see that the use would comply with the general plan. Mostly the project is not consistent with the general plan, and that is showcased by the highlighted portions here of the 4 policies that we have on the screen. So the project does not reduce the potential land use conflicts because of the closeness of the car wash and because of the lack of screening. So when you think of this drive-through car wash, you want to remember that there's going to be several cars, whether it's cars, trucks, vans, whatever, with heights, and those headlights will kind of go straight into the apartment complex. Without that screening, it's going to be hard to kind of shield that. Also, from the plans that we have, it appears to be an open type of car wash, which means that there might be plastic that closes it, but that sound, that odor, et cetera, will still be heard. or smelled, et cetera. So that's for 5.33G4, 5.33P7, encourage adequate protection of adjacent residential uses. Again, not quite compatible with those types of uses. It's not compatible with the zoning as well, which is why they've applied for the variances. 533P15 is to discourage auto-oriented uses from properties that abut residential uses. So although there is currently a service station there, because of that expansion of the of adding the car wash, we would love to see some screening which might help with that abutting property. And lastly, we do want to provide adequate separation between the incompatible uses. All right, so for the other use permit requirements, we have that we want to make sure that the zoning code would be compatible with the project, and as we have seen, because of the 5 variances, the zoning code would not be compatible. We want to make sure that the location and operating of the project would make sense for the area. As we review the application as it is today, the applicant has not offered any ways to reduce that impact on the surrounding properties. We do have some thoughts, and we'll share those at the end. And then the operation or use of the location would not be detrimental to the surrounding uses. There's a claim that the operation of the car wash may be detrimental to the surrounding homeowners. Not to get into the housing costs and blah blah, but it may be detrimental. And let me get those mitigation techniques just so we have them. My apologies that wasn't ready. All right, so some of the mitigation measures that we have will be on the screen, mostly asking to reduce the impact. You could increase the planter depth to 5 feet for the trees at least, and then 4 feet for the shrubs. So hopefully it will screen the queued cars. When you think of this car wash, you can think of like the Starbucks drive-through. You will have cars that will, hopefully, if it works, you'll have cars that will be queued up and waiting. Not to mention the cars make sounds as well as the light pollution, et cetera, et cetera. You could use a closed tunnel system, which would keep everything and keep most of the sound and whatever else inside of the car wash itself, or relocate the car wash to the eastern side of the property that abuts the 7-Eleven, so that you may have it a little bit further away, more room and for those shrubs to screen. So with all that being said, the staff recommendation is to deny the variance as it is. So staff recommendation is to deny the variance to allow the reduced rear setbacks, reduced landscaping planter depth, reduced required landscape screening depth, reduced tree planter depth, and reduced shrub planter depth, and to deny the CUP to allow the expansion of the existing service station. Staff is here for any other questions, and the applicant is here as well. Thank you.
So I'm going to start the questions. One of those reasons of denial was to reduce car-oriented uses. Is that correct?
So that is General Plan 5.3.15, which I believe points to this specific zone.
Okay. It's a gas station, right?
Yes.
Does that make any logical sense at all?
Well, for the updated zoning code, we wouldn't even allow the service station in this zone. So I think that's what the general plan is trying to get to, is it's trying to copy what the zoning code says. Unfortunately, the previous zoning code did not specify that.
So the objective here would be to force out the business rather than let it evolve?
No, sir. The objective here would be to try to keep some sort of screening, some sort of depth to the required use to not make it worse for the surrounding properties.
Okay, it's just worded in a way that seems completely absurd, so it concerns me. Increasing the depth of the foliage seems a reasonable requirement. The other thing is, I have traded an email, small email conversation with the owner, in case I CC'd staff on it. This is an opportunity that the owner is taking to evolve his business. Given the change in direction of automotive technology, gas stations are becoming less critical to the overall commuter dynamic, I guess you want to say. We've got a lot of electric cars on the road now. They don't need gas stations, but they still do need car washes. And the people who drive them may have other cars and therefore treat this as a single-stop service area. So I feel encouraged by their efforts to do this. Perhaps we can hear from the applicant soon on what they can do to meet the mitigations so that this could proceed forward. But other questions from commissioners for the staff?
Priya here, through the chair. Staff, could you go back one slide and tell me more about the not requiring variance if it is next to the 7-Eleven? Where would that car wash then go?
Sure thing. So, in theory, we could place the car wash where, here's the lot plan. So this square is going to be the trash location. In theory, we talked to them about maybe placing it on this side so that you could still drive. Well, I don't know. Maybe you would drive through Lawrence, take the same way up, or there would be a other.
No, let's not add comment while he's speaking. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. It's possible to put it on the eastern side. I'm not quite sure how, but we thought that at least it would be further away from the properties. And I do just want to reiterate that the main issue is the car wash itself. The store we have no issue with, except for the variance for the 20 feet.
And sorry, again, I'm going to go back to the slide that shows the three-dimensional view. So that's one before this one. Yes. So you're suggesting if it's on that way, that driveway approach of Monroe, then we wouldn't be even needing a variance.
There is zero setback required for the side of this property, so yes.
And would that entail as well removal of any fuel stations existing?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But in the staff analysis, you think that proposal of that square footage can actually work from a programmatic requirement of a car wash, that tunnel, the width is all sufficient to make that even a viable recommendation to the applicant? Maybe it's for the applicant to answer, but.
Yeah, I think that the applicant would be the best person to answer that. Obviously, from the screen, we do see that there is ample size, but then again, maybe there's other issues for.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Got it. Thank you so much. That's it, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners to the staff? No, I don't hear any. Could we have the applicant, do they have a presentation? Thank you. It needs to, down at the bottom.
Base.
There it goes, it's on, you're good.
Good evening. My name is Muthanna Ibrahim. I'm the architect for the project. And I have a short presentation for this project. And I would like to start with answering the question regarding the location of of the car wash, the proposed car wash, and I have a sketch. Okay, so I have we generated the sketches, and I want to distribute this to
I think
basically, as you see, the red marks is the proposed, if we move the car wash and we put it on the east property line. And with that, there will be a conflict in circulation between the fuel islands, that it is close to the convenience store, and the exit of the car wash. That's why this option we cannot do. And we shared that option when in the beginning of when we started the project. So if we put the car wash over there, basically we're going to kill this fuel island circulation, because the car wash at the exit, you need at least 20 feet for a full car length barrier, planter barrier, to protect from other circulation. In this illustration, you see the two fueling islands, close to the exit, they're going to be impacted. So, and then the other reason why we need to put the car wash at the...
Forgive me, I'm sorry, I need to interrupt for a moment. Mr. Chair, we just have a procedural issue. The applicant has just shared a document that needs to be seen by all members in attendance. So I've just taken a picture of it and emailed it to Ms. Xavier. She's going to put it up on the screen so all members of the public can see it. So, yeah, I apologize. You can resume. We'll give you an extra few seconds.
Absolutely. Okay. So that's the reason why we did not go with this option. And we looked at other locations on the property, like the west side of the property. We have underground storage tanks. They are basically, it's a hole about 17 feet deep, filled with pea gravel, and house the underground storage tanks. We cannot have any structure foundation close to the underground storage tanks. At the north property line, we have basically the canopy and the fuel islands. So the best location for the car wash is at the south property line. There is another reason why the south property line more appropriate. In a gas station, when you have circulation for the fueling islands between the driveways for people fuel their cars and leave, and the other people that comes to the gas station and use the car wash, you want those two type of circulation separated, so there is no conflict. So the south property line is the best location for the car wash. Unfortunately, it is a setback, but we can, as far as the landscape setback requirement, we can work on that, and I have some solution for that in my presentation. Okay, so in this project also, we're upgrading the two driveway to comply with the ADA. We're installing a bioplanter, retention planter at the corner that's gonna take all the rainwater on-site, treat it on-site before discharge to the outside.
I'll just interrupt again. We finally got your image up. So for the benefit of the public, I apologize. It's about 3 minutes too late. This is the image the applicant was referring to. And then we'll have it available on the post-meeting material after the meeting for anyone that wants to download it. So now we can probably go back to his presentation. All right. Thank you for your...
Okay, and the other thing, the Shell gas station in the CN zone, there is only two property. One is the gas station, which is a corner property, and the 7-Eleven next door, which staff is comparing this project to the 7-Eleven, is an interior lot. Now, the disadvantage for a corner lot, it has two frontages. They have to comply with 15 feet setback on Lawrence Expressway and Monroe Street. The 7-Eleven, they don't have to comply only with Monroe Street. So that put the corner lot in a disadvantage. Regarding the hours of operation, the gas station owner is here and he's willing to work with staff. He's proposing to reduce the hours of operation 6:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. daily. Regarding the noise, our project will comply with the city noise and standard regulation. We will be preparing a noise report to ensure compliance with the city noise criteria. Regarding the use and compatibility, this gas station exists since 1969. It's been 55 years serving the neighborhood. So adding a car wash, first of all, it's a compatible use. Second, we are next to apartment, they cannot wash their vehicle, they don't have driveways. They cannot wash it under the carport. So this car wash gonna serve them a great deal. Okay, I would like to go to the landscape. Okay, so regarding the landscape, on Lawrence Expressway, our landscape architect proposed shrubs screening the exit of the car wash. So there is no car shining lights into the right-of-way. Those shrubs supposed to be like 4 to 5 feet, but those shrubs, if they don't trim, they can go up to 12 feet. The south property line currently is screened by a masonry wall. It's an existing masonry wall, approximately 6 feet tall. So there is no lights going to impact the apartment building to the south. As far as the landscape requirement, which is the 10 feet at the south property line, and we've done it in another project in Mountain View, we agreed with them to install permeable pavers as a hardscape, so we can extend that along the entrance, the driveway, entering the car wash, and exiting the driveway, the entire driveway. We can put permeable pavers. And concerning the planter butting the south property line, which is approximately, in my plans, 2 foot 11 inches, including the 6 inches curb. Our landscape architect is proposing to use structural soil underneath the pavement, underneath the permeable pavement. That's allowed the trees to grow. And we've used that before, and I have cut sheet for the structural soil that we want to use. I can share it with you. We did the site photometric, and we proposed all LED lights, and we used the shielding for all lights butting the property line or the right-of-way, so there is no light spillage outside the property. And the lights are from dusk to dawn, and all our lights are pointing downwards. This is the proposed floor plan and the car wash tunnel and the parking in front of the store. And to the right is the west elevation, and to the bottom of the page is the northwest elevation. You see we proposed the stone veneer at the bottom. The entire building will be cement plaster stucco. I'll expedite here. And the next one is the other two elevations, basically. And the south elevation at the bottom, do you see that line? That's the existing masonry fence between the 7-Eleven and the gas station. And I just want to remind everything from the picture, the aerial photo that you just saw, the canopy right now is in the setback.
Okay, so let's transition from presentation to questions, okay? Because we kind of ran out of time on this, and I think you'll have an opportunity to discuss some more of this as part of the questions that are coming up.
Can I add just one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so, and I welcome any question. The car wash that we are providing is environmentally friendly. Recycle water, treat water before discharge to the sewer. So if there is any question about that, I'm here to address those.
No, I was assuming that.
Yeah, and then the owner is here. And also, we have, I think, on Zoom, the car wash supplier can answer any question regarding the equipment. And then, by the way, the owner collected signatures from customers and neighbors supporting.
Thank you. So I wanted to start with a question to staff. Where was the concern about the headlights and other intrusions into the property, adjacent property?
Right, so that concern would be when the cars come, take a right off of on Row Street and queue down towards the south to the apartment complex there. You do have some outdoor spaces on top of the garage area in the apartment complex. I believe there are some balconies out there. And then there's that 6 foot. As we know, cars are just getting taller. If you drive a truck, your headlights spill out much higher than the 6 feet. So that is where the light concern would be.
I'm looking at the Google Maps, and the apartment adjacent to the property has the parking lot at that south side, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, east property line, sorry.
So there is the parking lot, and then there's the roofed parking, and then there are the apartments themselves.
So you're assuming that the headlights would disturb the parked cars?
Well, the outdoor spaces as well as the large egress windows to the rear of the apartment complexes. So if you want, you can certainly take a street view of that area, which I mean, you can see it on my screen. So that is where the issue would be.
Okay. I'm not trying to be flip about it. I'm genuinely interested in how the objections were developed, because I've driven by and actually used that Shell station considerably over the many decades I've lived here, and I am not seeing that personally, empirically, these concerns demonstrated even with the addition of the car wash. Okay, so I'm struggling with why we're here, because I think it would be the objective of the architect to comply with the depth issues of the landscaping. But the overall concern is that the placement of the car wash would somehow intrude on the parking area of the apartments?
No, so the overall concern is not just the lights, but it's also the sound, it's also the cars queuing, and it's also the lack of any screening. Yes, they do have the 6 foot wall, but as we saw on his plans, that 6 foot wall does not cover the entire car wash opening itself. So it's unclear. I mean, he does have an expert on staff to say how loud that car wash is. At this point in time, it's unclear how loud the dryers are, how loud the washing portions of it are. I know that in other approved tunnel type car washes, mostly the car wash on Scott and Monroe, we did say that you can't use any powered drying system for the sound.
Okay, so again, I don't want to turn it into a discussion. I want to understand, though, if there was an 8 foot wall there, would that be a problem?
Technically, yes. Yes, sir. It would not meet the zoning code for
So
landscape
they could
screening.
get a variance
and
for
it's
an 8-foot wall, which would negate the other issues.
I think we're still looking at the variance then for the actual placement of it. So that, and I apologize, I don't have the height of the car wash tunnel itself, but that's going to be right 7 inches away from the property line. So if that's 12 feet, 15 feet, et cetera.
Okay, other questions?
I'm going to say if it was 8 feet, that won't cover it.
Well, you can limit the hours, so the operation, so you won't be driving through lights there, like, the car wash will only operate till 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. But my concern too is, like he mentioned, because I'm aware of the gas station in Monroe and Scott, yeah, they do drive your car out there with cloth. There's a guy that's there driving the cars with cloth, because, yeah, otherwise you have residential units right behind it. And there's also quite other places too, New Hall and Washington. And there's another one also in Homestead, there's a car wash too. So I'm very familiar with the issues.
Okay. Other questions from this side?
Staff? No.
For staff?
For the applicant?
I'm switching to that gear. Anyone from that side of the dais? No.
I have,
Okay, go ahead.
maybe it's more for staff.
Yeah, or the applicant. This isn't open.
Well, here's my concern, that staff suggested several modifications, and I know, Lance, you were talking about some of them. When you say the applicant has not proposed any of these modifications to reduce the impacts, has there been discussion about the modifications with the applicant that the applicant has responded to?
That's a very good question. So the application came in as a pre-application in 2022. Myself and Principal Planner Becca Bustos both had a in-person meeting with the applicant as well as the owner, and we did talk about how this most likely we would not be able to recommend approval and some alternatives. I don't believe that I enunciated the exact mitigation measures that we have in the PowerPoint, but definitely.
And that was the original one, right?
Yeah, so the changes from the pre-application to the current application is really just they reduced their parking, which is okay because they are near the Caltrain station, so.
But I guess what I'm hearing you say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that issues that would have suggested modifications were not done with this second one, save for one small item? Because there's an awful lot, let me tell you my concerns. There's an awful lot of variances being considered, okay? So that kind of makes me question. But I also recognize that if you're adding value to the neighborhood, hey, good thing. But it bothers me that discussions about maybe the applicant can talk about it, where it's like, if you knew there was a problem the first time and you come back with basically the same thing the second time without a whole lot of dialogue about what we can do better or different, it starts making me wonder. And part of the reason I say that is because I'm very familiar with that intersection. I can't tell you the number of times I've almost been rear-ended making a right turn from Lawrence onto Monroe. Okay, so what? That's the way I drive, right? But as I'm looking at it, and I understand that it might be better to have it on the eastern side, but I also understand now why you don't see that possible. But wow. It's like, are we making that intersection even a little more dangerous than that kind? Does that kind of mitigate the value that it might bring to the neighborhood? I don't know. That's a concern of mine. So move on to the next person.
Through the chair. Just a quick question, maybe staff or the applicant can help confirm. What is the setback from the convenience store wall to that fence line on the east side?
17 feet, 7 inches, I believe. Let me bring it up again.
To the 7-Eleven. And what is
17
the?
feet, 2 inches, sorry.
Okay, and what is the, is it the same? Is it 17 all through?
For the car wash equipment room, the store itself, yes.
The current proposal, the setback from the wall, the convenience store to the parking lot
Oh, yeah.
fence, is that also 17? I'm assuming it looks.
Yeah. Sorry.
And the only reason from the applicant perspective is that the car wash equipment room, which is currently proposed as adjoining to the convenience store, is in the fuel island, but can that not be reduced in size? Yeah, I'm looking at the design for equipment.
Actually, if you take a look at the sketch, it's not actually the equipment. We can, I cannot reduce the equipment size because I gotta have the
but I'm saying,
equipment.
can
This
you
is the
bring it
minimum
into-
I can do, but I can push it into the store, but that's not the issue. The issue I see, and if the traffic engineer with the city here, probably he can see that, the exit from the car wash, that arrow pointing up, and the circulation of the fuel islands, there is a conflict. You're going to have an accident. And I would like to share, but I have only one copy.
Okay.
Car circulation around the fuel island. So let's.
Yeah, so the fuel island, so my question is, you're reducing the fuel stations on the farthest corner or closer to the convenience store?
Closer to the convenience stores.
Which two fuel stations are you currently proposing to remove out
Okay,
of commission?
so let's go back to, what is my presentation? Okay, so the lower portion, the south portion of the canopy, we're cutting about 72 feet, from the canopy and removing the kiosk, small kiosk, and a fuel island. And we're utilizing that space for the car wash, new convenience store, and then the car wash equipment room.
Wait, I'm confused. You have, at least in this handout that you gave, your current proposal is to the the property line to the south, correct?
Yes.
This is your
The
proposal.
black is my proposal.
Okay.
The black
And
line.
I'm asking on the viability of this, and you're saying that car wash island,
Oh, okay, so if you see here, those arrow is the cars fueling.
yeah.
When they exit, they're gonna go like this. Even if you don't have the car wash equipment room, you still have this circulation.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the microphone? All this is
Okay,
being
sure,
lost
no
on the
problem.
record.
Sorry about that.
Okay, okay, so I'm not sure if you see from
can.
there, but anyway, this is the car wash tunnel.
Yes.
So the here is a dark area. A person sitting in his car, and now he got instruction to exit out. When they exit, this is all light, right? They don't see people coming this way. Imagine the equipment room is not there. Just the circulation, that's concern, traffic concern. If I want to put it here, I gotta get rid of this island.
That's what I'm
Right.
asking. Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm suggesting.
Yes.
I
We have to
completely
get rid
got
of
that
this
picture.
island, Then he's gonna end up with 2 dispensers and losing 4 dispensers. How are you gonna,
So current proposal has no fuel island impact as what from?
Yes, the current proposal, which is, do I have my presentation maybe, or?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. But you're still removing the 2 kiosks there. It's
Yeah, the kiosk, the small kiosk is gone.
gone.
It's
So
gone.
when you say fuel island, that's subsurface?
No, the fuel island, meaning the pumps,
Yeah,
they are on an island.
but you're
There's
not
2 pumps.
removing it with the kiosks? Why can't you?
Okay, so the kiosk, let's see.
Sorry, getting into the design here, but I'm just looking for
Yeah.
the alternate.
Can you please put my presentation? Sorry about that.
Cutting the number of fuel pumps in half.
Which they don't need anyway, that's what they're saying. Yeah,
Gotta come to the mic, sorry. Gotta come to the mic.
Okay, so
Okay, I got it, thank you.
So this is, do you see so this is the canopy is extending north-south. You have island on the top that has 2 pumps.
Okay,
You have another island that has 2 pumps
correct.
in the middle. Then you have the kiosk, then you have another island close to the south property line.
Okay,
We are removing the kiosk, the island at the south, and about almost more than half of the canopy.
so you're keeping 4 of the.
4 dispensers.
Four dispensers.
Yes.
You're removing the kiosk.
Yes.
I'm still challenging the perception of the fuel island, because beyond is the gas truck going to go through the fuel island?
Okay, the gas truck gonna come from Lawrence Expressway driveway, gonna go to the underground storage tanks, which is at the corner, and is gonna go between the fuel islands underneath the canopy and then exit from Monroe Street driveway. And then that's not changing. And that's part of the constraint on this gas station. If that underground storage tank is not there, we won't have this, we can design it differently. There is a lot of constraint.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
And
The
then if you
underground-
want, I found this. This is the simulation of the circulation around the pumps. Do you want to see it?
Yes, please.
Put it up on the screen.
They'll take a picture. Okay. Okay, thank you for explaining it to me, and thank you, Commission, for engaging with me. Okay, we are trying to do a design exercise. I apologize. I do. Sorry, didn't mean to go down that path. I was just looking at the mitigation requirement that staff mentioned was an option, but I'm recognizing that it's not vetted from the engineering standpoint of it. Okay. Oh, okay. Staff is giving me the side eye here. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, Chair, I'm good.
And here's the image. A little wrinkled.
The gas truck comes in, delivers. That's the one way to get Appreciate your patience and help on understanding the flow and constraints. Yeah, I understand. I can see it, that the location of the car wash is prohibitive to the normal flow
Yeah.
as drawn. Yeah.
Not to belabor it even more, was the option along Lawrence Expressway? Sorry, was the option along Lawrence, I'm sure you did all your due diligence.
Yes, so this north west corner is occupied by the underground storage tanks. And you cannot put any structure, within 12 to 15 feet, because then the footing of the structure will impact the integrity of the underground storage tanks, and you don't want to do that.
So the underground storage is along the Lawrence next to
Yeah, it's at the corner behind the planter. Yeah, this area.
that, but I'm asking closer down to the convenience store.
Yeah,
That.
yes, we have enough separation between the convenience store, we looked at that, and the underground storage tank.
So I'm asking, could you not do it vertical? Could you not change the alignment to be along Lawrence such that the equipment room?
The car wash along Lawrence?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, so imagine the south property line.
Yeah.
I have the minimum maneuvering to align the car to enter the tunnel, which is approximately 45
From
feet.
the right of way?
And then I have the tunnel at 40 feet, and then I have the minimum allowed for vehicle to exit, which is 25 feet. I like to have 30 feet, but I can't, because we need to put some shrub to, screen the frontage, and this is the minimum we can. I mean, if we have more length, I would increase the tunnel, because the tunnel is short. Now we have an equipment, moving back and forth on the car wash, and the dryer on that equipment. It's not separated because of that limitation of the space. So if you imagine the length of the south property line, you take that length and put it on Lawrence Expressway, it's gonna hit the tanks and it's gonna close the driveway. The business goes away. I mean, you can't do a gas station. You need 2 driveways. We looked at everything, that's 2 years ago, and we shared it with staff.
Okay. Thank you for
Sure.
explaining. Okay, I gave it a short, Commission.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So again, I'm very concerned about that corner because of the potential for accidents. But so if you wanted to go to the car wash, you would enter off of Monroe, right? And you would exit off of Lawrence?
Okay, no, actually, you have 2 options.
Okay.
You can come from Lawrence.
Okay.
Between the island existing island and the store walk.
So in other words, you could kind of go like where the kiosk might have been
You want me to
before?
point here?
I think I know what you're saying, between the gray line and the,
The gray line, that's
below
between
that.
the gray line and the curb, that's 20 feet. That allows for,
So you come off of Lawrence and go kind of straight across below the gray line, and then, okay, and then where's your exit point? Same thing?
on the tunnel, and then you exit going north. And we worked with,
So you could go off, you could exit the property on Lawrence or on Monroe?
basically it. You can go back and put gas and exit on Monroe, or you just can take a wide turn and exit on Lawrence. And then we worked, you see that exit kind of turn inside?
Which
We worked
exit?
with, at the exit of the drive-through.
Are you talking about the Monroe Street exit?
No, Lawrence.
The Lawrence exit?
Yeah, from the car wash, the exit from the car.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to make a sharp left,
Yeah, so
kind
we
of.
worked with the traffic engineer, and we did simulation to have this driveway safe.
Okay.
And then, that's
And it was
submitted at the
determined
last.
safe because,
Because, you want the driveway coming into the gas, you notice the driveway coming out. So you need to have.
so the driveway coming in
Swing.
might be a little higher up or coming
Yeah,
out might be
high
down
up,
below.
yes, so they see each other.
Take a
Okay.
moment.
They-
There's clarity to add to this, especially for Commissioner Biagini. The exit onto Lawrence is into a right turn only lane. You're going to get out
You
on
gotta go
Monroe.
to, yeah, Monroe.
You're not going out
That's
onto
true.
Lawrence. You're only going into the right turn only lane and then turning right onto Monroe. So either way,
Either
It's
way,
right
they
on
get
Monroe,
the-
right on Lawrence. Yeah, I
Lawrence.
figured that much out. Okay. But it's kind of this thing. Yeah. Thank you.
But, okay, I'm not seeing the traffic engineering report, but my real concern, now that you mentioned that people can come off of Lawrence, in addition to the traffic that will slow down for generally the gas component of it, now we are adding a queue up off of Lawrence and a queue out of Monroe, especially if people are wanting to get back on Lawrence. I mean, that's every gas station's challenge already. We all know that, but I'm just saying the volume of car traffic now has exacerbated because of the new service.
Not really. If you don't mind, I can answer. Okay, so this type of car wash is a self-serve car wash, automatic. It takes approximately 4.5 to 5 minutes for each vehicle. So the drive-through coming into the car wash is not going to have more than 5 cars because people that want to wait, they go to a different car washes. They call them the express wash. And then at the exit, so imagine, if they're busy, at their busy time, every 5 minutes there is 1 car. So there is no lineup at the exit of the car wash.
Yeah, that's
The
a hypothetical
entrance, we allow
situation.
5.
That's a hypothesis. That's a hypothesis, right? Like you're expecting that kind of a volume.
but that's-
like it's Costco.
No, you cannot compare this to Costco because, look, I do this for a living for a long time.
But not
I'm
off Lawrence
watching this.
Expressway.
What?
Not off of Lawrence Expressway, which is an expressway.
I'm talking about the car wash, not the street.
I know, but I'm saying you've done this all your life probably, but I'm saying a traffic with, especially this intersection, by the way, has gazillion accidents, including fire hydrants, Nob Hill traffic, the whole community. There's Monroe that leads to the school. So just so you know who is on your path of travel, Monroe leads to Wilcox High School. So I'm very cognizant of all the traffic accident, including a fatality that happened with a student here. The ability for the slowing down of the Lawrence, so you're basically taking a loop off of Lawrence directly into a gas station, and now you're pushing that outflow, and I'm agreeing that that's the current flow. That is your current flow of anybody wanting to fill a gas station. The only thing that I want to mention is compared to Homestead, compared to city streets, this is an expressway.
Sure.
This has 50 plus, and most people are doing 65, just so you know. Yes, they're just, when the signal goes, this is like, people are trying to swerve out of it. It's like, even at an in and out, you know, people are just so messed up at in and out that is on Sunnyvale. This is Lawrence Expressway.
No, a car wash customer can exit also on Monroe.
But yeah,
between
but
the pumps,
Monroe, there are
that's-
people, unless you have limitations on the actual path, people are going, if you don't have a barrier, they're going to try.
There is a
There is a barrier, okay, from Monroe. So-
Yeah, and then we directed the exit toward the pumps.
Yes, and then you should only limit this to be a one-way traffic, because right now, people will come out of Lawrence. There's
The
no
driveway
limitation.
on Lawrence,
Yeah,
one way in.
one way in, one way out through Monroe versus, and I don't see it here, maybe you have a actual
This is
mitigation
the owner, I mean.
that,
And don't forget also,
Right.
people turning left, coming in from the north side of Lawrence and turning left into Monroe. Usually they come.
yeah, but that's
and
what
then
the
they-
barrier is, right? They still have to take a
No,
whole
no, they
suburb
have- no,
street.
there's no barrier in that part there, going into the 7-Eleven, because I do it all the time.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
My name is Surjit Means. I'm the small owner on this property. And like we said, north side, the existing 4 dispenser will stay. On the south side, the 2 dispenser will go away next to the apartment building. And we have, like from Lawrence, you are saying is expressway. Yes, is that one, but there is an auxiliary lane. Okay, that people slow down and get into our driveway, and then they get off. They wait until the traffic is done, or they can make right on the Monroe.
Okay.
Okay, and then we are not changing anything. This gas station is there, and we are reducing the traffic. We hired the traffic engineer, and the city require that one. We have given the traffic report, and they said there is no problem the way we are showing in maneuver. Like you are saying, there will be a lot of queue coming from the car wash. No, the car wash takes 4 to 5 minutes, and so he go, and the other car will come after 4 or 5 minutes. There will be no queue. So also, I just want to show my hardship. I sent the email to all of you to meet me in person so we can discuss this one. And I'm a very small businessman, and right now the gas volume, I have the CPA has done, my volume is going down every year. So to survive at this location, I know the city and the state, they want to promote the small business people. If you don't allow this car wash and the convenience store, I cannot survive over there. So I have to, my family is there, my brother is with me as a partner, I'm here, so we are surviving on this income. So we have hired all the consultant, we have spent more than 100,000. And they said, do this traffic report, do this whatever is sweepy, and also the garbage, how the garbage truck comes, how garbage truck go out. We have done that one. And all the consultant, the only thing we are is they didn't discuss, the planning department didn't discuss you have any alternate to reduce this one. We are open to the hours of the operation of the car wash, and also the landscaping screening. I don't know where they are saying the screening right now. The people are coming to get the gas, and so they are going towards the apartment when they get the gas. And now we have like, Lance is saying, Mr. Lance is saying, we can raise the height of the wall so that to protect this one. And this will be like a lot of, like we have more than 100,000 signature from the neighbor and from the customer. We need this car wash. And this car wash is a newer kind car wash, and they have less decibel. Like generally, if this is, it will be very less. Generally, like when we work in the Caltrans, they said it should be decibel, 86 decibel or low. It is much lower, and our consultant, our Ryco car wash guy is online. If you want to ask them, this will be new, very quiet, and very friendly, environmental job. That's what we are asking. Like to approve the way it is, it will have less traffic. Instead of 6 pumps, we will have 4 pumps. And like the chairperson, he responded to us when I sent the email. He said, also look in the future, because if you want to survive, you have to put EV station there. And we are open to that one. But right now, as soon as the volume goes down, maybe in a couple of years, we will sacrifice one more dispenser and put a couple of EV chargers there. So that's what as a hardship on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions among the commission, or we can open to public?
I do have a question.
Go ahead, please.
So staff, I wanted to just bring up, there's a Chevron gas station at Scott and Monroe, and it has a similar traffic pattern in that behind it is apartments. Maybe you could bring that up, is that possible? Because it also has a car wash in it. And it's been there for years. But in terms of the height of the fence and such, that to me is 6 foot right there. And there's, you can see through the trees, obviously, and such. So I'm just wondering, was that possibly taken into consideration when this was evaluated, that other existing gas stations didn't do anything to mitigate the fence? Yeah, so you see where the car is coming out right in the middle there? That's coming out of the car wash. And you see where they have to drive through the back? They're right by these apartments and such. So I'm just looking at that as a comparable, and if you go down the fence height, to me, I'm going to guess looks like 6 feet, so I can certainly see over into the apartments above the fence that they have there.
I think it's worth it to note that if you go on the street imagery, there's about 60-foot tall trees that line the apartment side of the wall.
Agreed.
Yeah, so
I agree with you.
But in terms of reviewing that one, we did look at the CUP, and there are a amount of restrictions, such as the not allowing the powered air dryers.
Understood. But I'm just saying that I can still see through the height of that fence. If I had lights on, I could get through. The trees aren't that close together. So just as a comparable. And then this one, you're saying they don't dry? Correct. Okay. So the car wash you're proposing, does it have automatic dryer?
Yes, it has automatic dryer, but the dryer gonna be a quiet type dryer, and we can install silencer on it. There is a lot of mitigation. That's why in my presentation I said we will do a noise report with mitigation to comply with the city criteria as far as the noise.
Okay. Now, the one thing about...
If you condition the project this way, we'll go that route.
Understood.
We've done it many times.
Now, the one thing is, obviously, this particular car wash is not abutting the fence like you're proposing. Yours is going to be right up against the fence there, right?
Yeah, but if there is any noise issue, we can put sound wall right at the entrance and the exit, and that's going to mitigate it. Well, we have to go through a noise consultant.
Understood. Understood.
Okay.
Thank you, staff.
Others? Anyone?
I like what I hear you saying about getting noise consultants and maybe look at mitigating a noise factor that way, but yeah, this is the second application. Did the noise thing ever come up with staff that this discussion about mitigating it could have been addressed?
Well, is that the question to me?
I don't
or
know,
to
I guess
staff?
it's kind of a question
Okay,
to both of you.
so, along the process of the review and stuff like that, from day one, they told us they're not going to support the project. So we, the planning
Because of all
comment
the-
was not
because why?
much.
Because why? Because too many variances being requested?
I guess so, yeah. And then, so basically we responded to all, public works, traffic,
And they kept
all the
saying,
other
"No,
comments and
we're
stuff
not
like
gonna
that.
support
But,
it."
we can deal with the noise if it is an issue.
I
That's
hear
no
what that,
problem.
and I appreciate that, because I hear
Yeah.
what you're saying, that if the planning commission is bringing it up, you're more than willing to take steps to mitigate it, which is very much appreciated.
Sure.
It just, I don't know, it strikes me as odd that this is the second application and new stuff is coming up. Anyway, okay, thank you very much, though.
Yeah, quick question to the staff. Actually, your major concern is the variance here, right? Very close to the apartment. That's the major concern for you.
Right, yes.
Thank you.
Is there any, let me get a question in for this. Is there any investigation of moving the entire car wash lane and car wash 1 foot further up? Knock a foot off of the convenience store and give yourself the barrier that you need for the green space?
Of course, we can do that, but any foot we take is going to strip of square footage from the store because
I
the
understand
tunnel, the tunnel cannot give up. It has the minimum width. The car wash equipment got to accommodate the equipment, so it's going to be the store.
Yeah.
It's going to be less
Now-
benefit for him and benefit for the community.
Speaking with my architecture background,
Sure.
taking a foot off the corner of that store is a small percentage of the square feet. Rotating the entrance to the store slightly can give you back more than the square footage. You've defined yourself a 45-degree angle. It doesn't need to be 45 degrees into the store. But aside from that, you simply are fighting small battles. And the small battles seem to be achievable with approval from staff to give yourself more landscape, give yourself a little bit more room around there. Even if it costs you a little bit of the convenience store to do it, do you want a convenience store full square footage or do you want a project? It's kind of, it's a trade-off. You have to have one or the other. You're not apparently going to get both.
That's what I said.
We are open, we can,
Okay.
open to widen the planter, and then push the
Well,
the
before we-
tunnel.
I understand, thank you. And
Sure.
what we're, I think at this point, what we need to do is thank you, let you sit and open it for public hearing if there's any public that wants to speak on this issue or on the phone.
Sorry, one more question for the owner, for the
Okay, go
architect. So I see it's very constrained here, right? Very constrained. So that's why you need this space. Are you sure if we approve? Are you sure everything works fine? That the car can drive through?
Yes,
Meet the minimum requirement.
meet the minimum required, it will work, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And one more question. So are you willing to limit your hours of operation for
Yes,
that time?
I thought I mentioned that,
Yeah.
6:30 to 9:30.
Okay. Seven o'clock.
Okay. No. Starbucks hours. No, so,
I do have one hand online if there's no one in the chambers who wishes to.
Well, we do. We have several public
okay,
speakers, yes. We have a couple speaker cards, so you're welcome to come up even if you don't have a card. I'll call the names. Nick, and forgive me if I get these names, I don't pronounce them correctly, Fateh Singh, Bhapinder Singh, Avi Patel, Jesse Singh, Iknor, come on up, Singh, and Jaspreet Singh. And you'll have 2 minutes each. Thank you.
Hello. Cool. So my name is Nick, one of the owners here. So just want to reiterate, like you see that gas sales are down year over year. If you walk into the parking lot, you can count double-digit Teslas anywhere, right? So we really don't. We've been here for 3 decades, since before I was even born, right? We've been here. We really don't want to shut down our doors year over year, right? We need this car wash to stay alive, right? We need the bigger convenience store so we can expand on it, maybe throw some food in there too, right? We have a lot of ideas, but we need this to get the ball rolling to make sure that we help, that you guys help us stay there, and we help, because it'll raise a lot of sales tax for you guys, and right, so it's a mutual benefit, right? And it uplifts the real estate. Some people might be concerned it'll damage real estate. Not really. Have you seen the way it looks today? It's going to uplift the property values, right? You mentioned the screening. We can raise the screening however tall we want. We can hire a sound engineer and do all the reports for that. The noise was a big one. Priya, you mentioned noise. So the loudest part is the dryer, right? Dryer is going to be on Lawrence. Lawrence is really loud. You won't really be able to like hear a dryer if you're on Lawrence. So luckily the tunnel ends in that direction, so that'll benefit us. The other one is, so about the traffic, right? A car will exit every 5 minutes. If you add 1 car every 5 minutes in the gas station, you're not really adding to the traffic very much at all, right? It's not like it's a continuous flow every like 30 seconds or a minute. 5 minutes is a pretty long gap. So I don't think we're gonna be introducing much, especially since we already did a traffic report and he signed off on it. Everything was great. That's really all I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Good evening. Is it on? It's on.
Yes.
Good evening, honorable planning commissioners. So this is a very interesting car wash. I think I'm here to support it. I think it's going to uplift a new look to help your city, make it look better. I am a 7-Eleven operator, an independent store operator. All of these small mom and pop shops, small businesses need extra income in the future as gas prices are gone through the roof and gas volume has driven down. So it's not like they can open up any hot food spot there or anything to make up the income. I would hate for this business to close down and you have a closed business on the front end of Monroe and Lawrence. So I would hope that you would support this project. What else? Lights I'm hearing. I don't know if any lights go up above 6 feet high as you're pulling out and you're facing Lawrence, okay? And the other one is, what was it? Here it is, I wrote it down. This is definitely adding value and uplifting the current store. So I would hope that you would support this project so we see a thriving business as it's needed in today's world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Fateh Singh, and I was gonna talk about the car wash on Monroe and Lawrence. It's a good idea. I've been here for almost 20 years. I've been here for 20 years, went to Wilcox High School, and I usually wash my car at home, but I would think that this car wash would be the best for the community, everybody near it. People coming from Wilcox could go to 7-Eleven or the new gas station. And even the students, it's good for them. It's eco-friendly. And I just want you guys to vote for the gas station and the car wash. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jaspreet Singh, and I would really support this car wash in the gas station because that's only my way when I go to my university. on the 5 days, and I always love this gas station for refilling, and I would really appreciate if, because it will be a valuable addition to the community, and as everybody says, the noise gonna be issue, but I don't believe that thing because it's already on Lawrence Expressway, that's already a lot of noisy. So if that's gonna be here, so they're gonna be not that a big issue for the local residents over there, and it will really convenient and time saving for me because I always have to go little far for the car wash and from my home as I live nearby the gas station. So that's gonna be very easy for me because whenever I have to go to my university, so I can just refill from there and I can do my car wash and then I can leave there. So that I would really appreciate and support the car wash in the gas station. That's all my time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Myself, Ignore. I live nearby Monroe, Shell, and I'm the regular customer. I most often used to refilling my car, and I really appreciate and in favor of this car wash opening because I don't think so in their local I found any car wash, and if there are some, so I think like it consumes a lot of time out there. So I really appreciate like. I will save my time. It will be more convenient to get connected to the car wash. So I believe it will be really good for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bopinder Singh. I'm a resident, and I think I support having a car wash nearby because it's easier. And when I wash my car, I use about 100 to 150 gallons of water. For there, it's about like 50 gallons of water, so it's eco-friendly. And noise, the Lawrence Expressway already has enough noise. There's a lot of cars with mufflers and all those things, and they go by all night. So I can still hear that. And there's a train station nearby too, so you can also hear the train going by. So it's the noise thing is like I don't think I'll lose an inch of sleep, even if I'm there. So I think the noise part doesn't really like affect anyone. Lighting reason, all four ways have lighting. Like you go by Costco, lighting. Come back from Wilcox, you have lighting. You'll go by the Indian store, still lighting. So I don't think you have lighting problems as well. So I do support having a car wash. It's eco-friendly and it's better for water. And there's some apartments there that don't have the water source to wash their cars, and they have to go all the way to Scott or all the way to El Camino to get their car washed. So I think it's much better and more friendly for us, for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Avi, and I support the car wash as well as because they'll create more job opportunities, and as many of you stated that California is pushing more towards EV cars, and then the gas stations will be ran out of business eventually, right? So I think the car wash will have the business actually running, and the gas business will still be there, but it won't be doing as great. And I think that's why it's a great reason to have the car wash as an addition to the gas station.
Thank you.
Phone calls?
We do. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wants to speak? Okay. We do have 3 hands raised online.
Linda, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, this is near to my house, so I am very familiar with the both driving and walking in the area. I would be concerned about the left from Lawrence to Monroe. The sudden stop is really difficult sometimes, not rear-ending somebody who's doing that. That's a separate issue than what I actually wanted to bring up, which is there's a 7-Eleven right next door. Across the street is a Nob Hill. And now you're adding in a convenience store. I understand that the convenience store might be a way to make money, and it may be necessary. But have you actually talked to the 7-Eleven owners and combined the two facilities? I think that that would be a better deal it might not be, it might not go through. But I think that that would give enough room to do everything and split the profits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa, you should be able to unmute and speak. Lisa, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. There you go.
Oh, hello. My name is Lisa. I live across the street from this gas station. I have a car, and there's no such place nearby to wash my car. And I believe this is gonna be, I like the idea of drive-through car wash. That will be very convenient for me, and I really support this idea. Yeah, that will be a good idea for, and that will be more convenient for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Louis, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, my name is Louis. I know the area very good. I think this is a good proposal. Besides, they're taking two of the islands, of the fuels, and they're adding the car wash. So I don't think it's going to impact on the traffic over there. You're reducing two spots and you're adding a car wash every 5 minutes. So the traffic, I'm an engineer, it's going to be the same or less. But it's going to benefit the owners maybe to be able, actually, I'm not one of their customers because I have a Tesla. So it's not that, it's a way to help them out, because like me, it's a lot of people switching, but we need to do our car wash anyway. And they are taking two of the pumps out and they're adding the car wash. I think it's a good move. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Brian. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Brian Needham. I'm actually the direct area manager for National Car Wash Solutions, and we supply car wash equipment. And I just wanted to kind of quickly address the site of Monroe on the noise side was mentioned, and they had our car wash for 20 years and actually have changed it out. And there's big differences with how that building is made. It's only 24 feet long, and the way noise presents itself out to the back end of the condos is completely different than the project they're proposing. And depending on what the sound report comes back on, you can even add an extra layer of automatic doors, where the doors would actually open and close during the car wash. So there's a lot of ways around that. So I just kind of wanted to get my 2 cents in and kind of share a little information I had.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Dill. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dill Preet. I'm a community member. As far as the gas station business is concerned, there's many changes coming with electric cars being one of them. And us being in a part of the Silicon Valley, we have the highest density of electric vehicles in our neighborhood. So gas stations do need to evolve. I feel like this is one of many cases that are going to come in the future. Gas stations looking for other ways to make ends meet as gallons are decreasing each year. So with that being said, I think this is a good idea. It keeps the mom and pop business. I understand it's a Shell gas station, which is owned by a national brand, but an international brand, but at the same time, it's ran by a mom and pop, a local. So they get hurt in the process of this. And adding the car wash does increase jobs. Also, I feel like it's the direction that we're just headed in general. And I liked what Commissioner Priya had to say in the previous a project that was mentioned, that she mentioned that the city is developing and it's getting denser and denser. And I understand the setback maybe be an issue, but the property that it's concerned with also already has a setback. It's a parking lot in between. So I feel like it'll enhance the area to bring some vibrancy, and most people there can be able to wash their cars in an eco-environmentally friendly environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Sunny. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, my name is Sunny, and I've been a lifelong resident of Santa Clara, California. I've been here 31 years, and I went to Wilcox High School right down the street. And I've been going to this gas station ever since I got my license. A car wash here would be really ideal, not just for me, but for many locals. And with the industry right now, gas station gallons going down, I think a car wash is needed for this family to survive. And we're a really nice family. They're really hardworking, and a car wash here will be ideal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, those are all the hands I have online.
Any other questions before, or actually gets a rebuttal before we close public? So do you have any comments or responses to the comments and questions? This is your opportunity.
No, I don't have any comments unless you have any question for us.
I do, and maybe it's for staff, but I'll go there. Actually, what one of our members of public piqued my interest, Linda, I believe, was there an approach with the 7-Eleven owner to see if you could actually get an easement and expand the scope, or is that going to have a challenge with subdivision laws?
That's a hard question.
Well, let me make sure I understand the question. You're referring to an access easement. Or are you talking about actually building the structure on the 7-Eleven property?
I don't know how it'll work, but I'm just asking if, based on looking at the visual there, and I'm looking at the parking lot and the fence and the crash, and again, I'm not trying to approach another alternative here, just asking based on the comment made by a member of public, what would be the ramifications if this, because right now the constraint is the equipment room, that they can't have the fuel island impacted. And the question is, if 7-Eleven, this fence line was not the barrier, would it slide and allow the equipment room to slide with it?
It would probably have to be a lot line adjustment.
That's what I was asking.
And
from a
we've
subdivision.
spoken to those owners years ago. They are not willing to talk to us whatsoever. So
Okay.
like, there's
Okay, that was
there's
my
nothing to be
second
done
question.
there. Yeah.
As 7-Eleven looked at your proposal, as well as the neighbors behind, did you get any, and I'm sure you had as 100,000 signatures, but I figured. I was being fictitious here too, guys, I'm not that dumb. Okay, but I want to understand, were the neighbors from your apartment complex also part of your signatories cohort? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, last call. Entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Okay, so the motion was made by Commissioner Biagini, and I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Close second by
Me.
Crutchlow.
Okay,
Close second. It's a horse race.
Apparently, it's like a nose.
it sounded like it. Okay. The motion is to close public hearing. Please cast your vote. Chair, can you don't have a vote there.
I did. Oh, apparently didn't take.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Public hearing is closed.
Okay, thank you. Any last conversation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So I like the idea of what you're trying to do. I appreciate it that you want to do this. What I'm a little concerned about is there are still some details that need to be ironed out. I know you've been very good about saying that, hey, you know, if you ask us to do this, we'll do this and such, and make accommodations that make sense. And I wish that maybe that had happened previously, so that when it came here, staff would have said, yeah, we recommend this and such. So the problem is if I vote on it and say yes, and I say, yeah, contingent upon this or that, I kind of limit what staff can do, I say, well, all you can look at is X, Y, and Z, then they only have a certain amount of latitude. So what I would like to ask as a consideration, I don't know if I need to make it as a motion, is would you be willing to consider working with staff to iron out these details so that they would recommend it and we just, in other words, continue it to the next session? Does that make sense?
I don't think you need to do that, though, if you put contingencies. You just list the contingencies.
But we have to list all the contingencies and make sure that now, okay, so staff, if I said, well, my problem is if I list contingencies, if I don't list one and you say, well, you forgot to mention this one, my concern is that I missed something. Can you help me in a way that we can make the motion say, hey, yeah, we can do this contingent upon, and something that gives some latitude? We can certainly list the things that we talked about. But I just want to make sure if something comes up that wasn't brought up, I don't want to make it a mess. And I don't want to delay it, but I want to make sure it's right.
So this, just to add clarification to the statement you made, I want to also establish you could do it conditional, not just contingent on. So contingent is like, okay, barring this, but you could make it a condition of approval and say, thou shalt.
Okay.
Then it becomes part of the condition. Now, what you're highlighting is, what if I have not thought of everything? Always a possibility, but at the moment, that's an option.
I might be able to help with that.
Okay, there you go.
Because I was thinking conditional, but I'm tagging off of what you said, Eric, because I will say that I was a little leery of this coming in here tonight, but it's the power of having people that speak so well about it, okay, that has helped me see things a little differently, and let me be specific. Why? And it's not just because you're wearing a Giants hat, okay, even though I love the Giants. From what I'm hearing is, okay, I understand about changing it to the east side. I get that issue. But I'm hearing, and I'm thinking about what staff has said and what you've brought up, that you can work on the landscaping, that you can get a sound engineer for any of those questions, and in terms of whether it's a 6-foot wall or whether you mitigate it. And that also includes issues about the quiet drying and deadening the sound, about screening, about hours of operations, about, and I think this is the biggest one, taking a little off of that convenience store. I mean, my dad was a small businessman too. Believe me, I understand the family business, okay? But 1 foot off the, or so off the convenience store to bump up, okay, the car wash tunnel and the car wash equipment, to bump that up a bit, I don't think takes away so much from the convenience store as it works a lot better towards meeting what the city is looking at. And hold on. And I mean, I will say, you hit the sweet spot with that car wash idea. That's what I think everybody is interested in seeing there. So that was smart thinking. But to staff now, with all of those issues that I wish would have been brought up between the first and second application, but at least we're talking about it tonight. Would those issues that I think is what you're talking
You said
about?
sound, hours, setback.
Sand hour setback screening,
Landscape screening
the landscaping,
/ fence, whatever.
working on the yeah, those.
Noise mitigation.
Does that go a lot further towards meeting what the city is looking at, or are we still leaving some big gaps? I'm asking you.
You're asking me?
Well, I was asking.
Well, I mean,
I'm
it
asking
sounds
whoever
like
can answer.
you're asking a policy question as to whether or not they would support it with all of those changes. But
Yeah.
let me just throw in, since I grabbed the microphone first,
Okay.
you're suggesting design changes to their proposal. At the very
Make a lot
least,
of
you're
changes,
going
yeah.
to move where the car wash is. That cannot be done with conditions of approval. You will have to continue it. We will bring back a revised design. But if you'd like to do that, that's not really that big a problem.
That's
It'll
okay
just-
with me.
We'll push it to a meeting not too far in the future.
Actually, it was-
Give staff and the applicant a time to work together. And
That was actually my
hopefully come up
original
with
idea,
something.
instead of conditional, that,
Yeah.
is there some, I
But there's
hate
no
to
way we
say
can
move
approve
it
a
out,
variance
but,
with a design change.
yeah, if you
Okay,
can
so that
work with
makes- Thank you for the
city on that.
clarification,
That makes
because
sense.
that really decides continuances.
So the key is, are these the 4 items that we want to make sure that we're covering? And staff, I mean, tell me if there's something else that you would like to recommend that we consider.
Looking at what you wrote.
Staff would recommend that they conform to the code, but I understand where you are working towards, and we will work with the applicant to get where you're going.
Okay, but are those 4 areas
Yes.
the majors, or is there anything else that we're?
There's the major ones.
Okay, because if we do a
Did I hear
continue.
5 or 4?
4.
So noise?
I heard 4.
The hours was noise, but do you want,
Landscape,
we have
Noise
sound?
decibels. It was the sound.
Operational
attenuation.
hours.
It was, and again, I'm not saying that Lawrence will not muffle it completely. I was just resonating. And by the way, I didn't bring the noise, but I will take it up. But the other is landscaping and the rest of the 4.
Right, so the sound, hours, setback, 1 foot, landscaping, screening.
And hours, I want to work with them because again, hours, but my lighting concern was not from the cars per se, it was from the actual unit. It was from the lighting that is going to be there for the longer hours that is visible outside, not contained within the store per se. So that was my lighting issue, but lighting, I would say, be screened again with landscaping.
Yeah, and then,
Is this workable?
obviously you have Chevron as an example of maybe to look at too, but
Yeah, so I would say
Okay.
5, but I want to make sure that, one, we are recommending, we're making the recommendation as the continuance to have this
Right, because
brought
I'd like to
back.
see this happen, because I'm
Yeah.
satisfied you're resolving a need, but I think the other need is we
Well,
have
what
the
do we
two
need to do?
parties.
May
do we
I?
do it as a motion or do we
Yeah.
do it as
may I
continuance?
say
How does that
something?
work?
It's a
Yeah,
motion.
I mean, very quick, you guys know, I speak very quick. So I fully understand your concern, but I don't recommend continue. I want to approve today. The reason is, but yeah, with condition, approve with condition.
Oh, conditional
With
approval.
condition, yeah, but I don't want to continue. Time is money. We need efficiency. US too slow, everything too slow. Look at China, how fast. Look at
I sympathize, but we've been advised that because of requests of a design change,
Yeah.
we haven't got the authority to approve on that level of condition.
Yeah,
Because
Chair,
it's
may I speak?
arbitrary.
May I finish?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
so I think I fully understand staff's concern. That's why I ask, right, the variance. I mean, we have rules we need to follow, but it's a changing world. So that's why I also ask the architect, please make sure this one works, right? Yeah, minimum.
Changes is not much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I fully support this project, but please make sure to satisfy those 2 commissioners, sound, whatever. Maybe you can raise the fence a little bit, Okay, that's it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I see what he's trying to say, because I have gone through the same thing with approval with a project that should have taken just a few months. It took over a year, and I see, and it's still not finished.
Yeah, but we've taken the advice, the legal counsel, and we have our objectives, and I think to give the applicant the best opportunity to succeed at this, we have to allow them the opportunity to meet the majority of the criteria that the staff has imposed to bring the project into compliance enough to approve it.
So let me then pose the question, why can't we make a condition of approval that it be added with the 1-foot buffer between the, like, why can't we just add it as?
And change the shape of the building also? I mean, this project does not comply with the city code. It is illegal as presently proposed unless a variance is approved. A variance has very specific requirements set by state law and the city code. We simply can't have a undefined design when we're saying, I mean, exactly how many inches are we going to depart from the city code? You have to be specific in how much you're granting. You can't say, well, we'll let staff decide how far you can depart.
Yeah,
I'm afraid, and
that's
plus,
why-
we're going to have a very long night coming up with all the necessary findings to approve this if that's the direction you go. Also, let me just point that out. And we still have a study session. I just think the cleanest thing is to allow staff to sit with the applicant and work this out.
That's what I,
So the continuance.
Let's make that motion.
I'll make that a motion.
I would like a time determined for return as part of it as well, because letting it float out there means it could just slide along indefinitely, and this is not something they can absorb.
February 19th and March 19th at the next meetings.
Yes, yeah, March 19th.
So I'll ask the applicant, can your architecture consultant work with the staff by,
March 19th, that's like 2 months.
yeah, we're February 19th
Little bit
or
tight
March 19th.
because if we're gonna do revise civil, if we just revise the plans and come back, yes. But if we go through plan checking, back and forth, other departments probably hold things, it's gonna take longer.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't, I have to be
The
honest with
meeting
you.
after that
I
is
mean, the
April
1 foot is not gonna change the exterior elevation. It's gonna be the same intent. It's a stucco building and.
You can make it move 1 foot without changing the footprint of the,
No, I'll
Chair?
change the
Is April
footprint of the store. I shrink it
Yeah.
and move the tunnel and the equipment room. It's not much change. 1 foot is nothing. I can do it.
Yeah,
That's not a
actually,
big deal.
Chair, may I say something? Actually, if you look at the map, right, it's very constrained. Actually, not 1 foot, every inch matters.
Yes.
So that's why, to be honest, I worry about kind of car turn. So that's why I say, look at the design. Right? That's why I ask the architect. Every inch matters. That's why we need this variance. And all the rules defined by human. At this point, they request to have a variance. So I strongly support. Just that's it. Thank you.
Is April better?
So we'll have to go through the motions, but want to give the ability for Xander to basically
guide us.
So one, with the foot reduction, of course, there's going to be alternates to the floor plans of the convenience store, the validation that you can do it. There's going to be cost ramifications too. But what I also heard Xander was, it's going to be a long night if we are going to have to justify even this variance with all of the additional findings that are required. So I just want you all to recognize the two efforts that are parallel. If you're approving tonight, we need to have very strong ability from the city code perspective to justify the variance. If you're asking for a continuance, you're going to have the opportunity for client and staff to resolve that, and they can come back with a recommendation whether this is even practical or not.
Is April make you feel better? It's another month
Yes.
out. Okay, what if that's acceptable to you? That gives you 3 months.
No,
Then
Chair, if I may, the changes that are going to be required by the applicant, they won't need to redo through our whole other department process. They'll just need to work with planning. The changes aren't going to be big enough to have to
Okay, so
rego
just
through all the
architecture,
departments.
right?
Correct, yes.
That's okay,
And
then-
and they still will need variances. This site is so tight, there is no way they'll be able to meet the setback requirements.
So it's instead of 7 inches, we are making it a foot.
So we talking March or April here?
I think we can do March, yes.
Okay, you feel satisfied with March? Then I would like to make a motion for, now how do I want to say it?
Continuance to date certain.
Continuance to, okay, hold on, the attorney,
Would you please make a motion to reopen the public hearing?
motion to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
Open.
Thank you.
You don't really need a.
By consensus,
by
all in favor?
consensus.
We're all in favor, right? Anybody
Yes.
opposed?
Aye.
No,
Motion carries.
okay.
Now,
Continue.
you would like to move to continue the public
Oh,
hearing
because the
until
public
March
comments
19th?
period stays open until March now.
Have to read.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, see, they have to correct me too, that we keep the public
Hearing open.
open until date certain, March 19th, is that the date? Till March 19th, and during that timeframe, the two of you will work together.
So the motion we need is a motion to continue the public hearing to March 19th.
Motion to continue public hearing until March
Second.
19th.
Chair Kuru.
Okay, so we don't need any of that other information at
Can I
those
say
items they
something,
want
please?
discussed.
I know it's your, is in your power and your hands, and we will follow that, honestly. But I'm saying that we have spent so much time and the money, and further we delay, it will be burden, like mentally burden on us, like financial burden on us. And if you can do conditional approval, and we will meet all those conditions within, you can give us a timeline within that time. So So that's what I'm requesting from all of you.
That's, I believe, what we're giving you is that opportunity.
Yeah.
And there's unfortunately a minimum gap, but that gap is the difference between a strong support and a reduced level of concern from the city and an increased level of support.
Trying to get you
from
what you
the
need.
commission itself. So it increases your
Chances of
opportunity
approval.
to proceed.
And not just that, I think we are constrained by the regulatory requirements that we can't have plans that show a different layout with even the condition of approval for a variance. It would have been normalized if it was a regular discretionary approval, but because we are seeking already a variance, we need to have more appropriate or accurate plans. That's all it is.
Okay.
I hope it helped.
Thank you very much.
But as you can see the sentiment, we're trying to make this work for you.
Your architect says no problem, right?
Okay, okay.
No problem.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor, motion made by Commissioner Biagini, seconded by Commissioner Cherukuru to keep, do we have to keep public hearing open in the motion?
That was already done.
Oh, okay, I heard, that's what I heard in it, okay.
to continue.
Continued the project to date certain, March 19th. Okay, very good. Please cast your vote. Very good, and the motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully, if everything works
Thank
right,
you.
this will come as a consent calendar item, okay? So let's, oh, variance.
Thank you all.
Sorry, tried.
Consent, who said that?
I was
That's
giving
asking
them
a bit.
my 2 cents.
I would, 45 minutes.
Okay, we need sadly, we
It's
need another
one
5-minute
slide.
break for
The law
restrooms.
changed. Any
Thank you.
questions?
What did you say?
Well, it's a,
Oh, okay,
we
okay.
need a bio break.
All righty.
Request a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, thank you.
presentation? I'll share your screen. Oh, my bad.
Apologies. We're up to item number 4, study session on the state legislature update. I assume he meant 2025?
No, I'm going to talk about all the bills they passed in 2024.
Thank you.
So it is the 2024 bills. Procedurally, it is now after 10 p.m. You're actually not supposed to do anything after 10 without a motion to extend the meeting. I would just point out, I'm happy to do this at the next meeting if you'd prefer, but I understand we have a very full agenda and the planning manager will kill me.
Do you believe the duration of the meeting?
See somebody going like this. You got a stiff neck or something?
Motion to extend the meeting past 10?
Just a question.
So I can
Question. What do you expect to need for your time?
30 minutes.
Okay.
Ooh, it's a long one.
Who made the
Me.
motion? Who seconded it?
Second,
Okay.
third. That's too bad.
You wouldn't really kill him. I don't think so.
Oh, I guess that was going to be item 2 at one point.
I don't need to.
Okay, so, I guess,
Did we all say yes, consensus?
Consensus.
well, yeah, we voted yes.
Commissioner Chair Kuru, waiting for your vote.
Actually, it was for exceeding the 10 o'clock.
Sorry.
but-
Great, thank you.
Thought we did it.
Well, since it was after 10 o'clock, we shouldn't have been able to have a motion.
You're right. Go home.
Thank you.
All right.
On.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Alexander Abbey. I'm the Assistant City Attorney. Every January, we go through the legislation that the state enacted that's relevant to housing and to the work that you do in Santa Clara as planning commissioners. I will say that in 2024, there weren't a lot of earth-moving bills. I would describe the new set of laws as refinements of bills of prior years. So we're going to go over about 7 topics, but for most of them, I'm going to sort of walk you through what the legislature did in the couple of years before, and then tell you the incremental change that was made in this year.
These are both mostly 2-year bills, Sander?
Some of them, but not all. Let's see. I'm not advancing because I've got your attendees on my screen, hopefully. How do I advance? There we go. All right, so here are our topics. Parking, housing in more places. The legislature always likes to find creative places to put housing. Subdivisions, accessory dwelling units, density bonuses, and development fees and development timelines. That's a high-density housing complex in Noisy-le-Grand, France, about 7 miles from Paris, 591 dwelling units. So we're going to start with parking because that's the first topic you requested. Parking, of course, is a significant part of the cost of developing housing, costing in the tens of thousands of dollars per covered space. And over the years, the legislature has looked for ways to reduce local authority to require parking, starting with 1979, the density bonus law. The density bonus law, of course, provides that a developer gets an increase in density, units per acre, if they provide a certain percentage of units at affordable levels. The law has been amended 37 times since 1979. It was a relatively early amendment that said a developer who provides affordable units gets not just a density bonus, but also incentives or concessions, setbacks, increased lot coverage, increased height. But the number one incentive that developers ask for is always a parking reduction. They can ask for a reduction in the applicable parking ratio in exchange for providing more affordable housing. This would always lead to a tug of war with the developer. They'd want less parking, city would still want enough parking. But later the legislature clarified how much of a reduction a developer was entitled to. By 2020, these were the numbers. They've shifted a little bit over the years, but for most minor reductions, what I'm calling tier 1 here, If a developer provides 5% very low-income units or 10% low-income units, they have to provide 1 space per unit for 0 to 1 bedrooms, 1.5 spaces per unit for 2 to 3 bedrooms, and 2.5 spaces per unit for 4 or more bedrooms. Keep in mind the Santa Clara standard is still 2 spaces per dwelling unit, but with a density bonus, they're allowed to provide less than that. And this doesn't even count as one of their incentives or concessions anymore. Under the density bonus law, this is the maximum we can require if they provide the requisite amount of affordable housing. There's a second tier that they added in 2022. If you provide more affordable housing, 20% low, 11% very low, you only have to provide half a space per unit. It doesn't matter how many bedrooms you have. Although this part of the density bonus law is no longer as relevant because it only applies to projects that are within a half-mile of transit. And as you may have heard, there's another bill that you're going to hear about in a second that applies when you're within a half-mile of transit. That's my blood glucose meter, I apologize. There's also a third tier, 100% affordable projects. The legislature threw parking out the window completely for that. It doesn't matter how many bedrooms you had, you needed 0 parking spaces. The legislature has also whittled away parking for accessory dwelling units. Back in 2002, they limited cities to 1 space per bedroom of an ADU. So if you had a 3-bedroom ADU, you'd need 3 parking spaces. But by 2016, they started getting more aggressive. They said that any parking we do require can be tandem or uncovered on a driveway. In 2016, they also said that if an ADU is near public transit, we can't require any parking. And then in 2017, they said, you know what, maximum 1 parking space per ADU, period. Doesn't matter how many bedrooms you had. So Santa Clara made the decision about 8 years ago to simply not require any parking spaces for ADUs. Given that we can't require it near transit, we decided, well, we didn't really want one standard for ADUs in this part of the city, a different standard in this part of the city. So our ordinance actually requires 0 spaces for ADUs. But we did say if you eliminated parking spaces in the main unit, you'd have to replace them. So if you converted your garage into an ADU, you'd have to put 2 spaces somewhere else on the lot. But then 2019 rolled around, and the legislature eliminated replacement parking for ADUs. We can no longer require replacement parking, which means every single-family home can theoretically fill in their garages with an ADU, and we can't require replacement parking spaces, and we can't require the parking for the ADUs. Another chipping away at the parking regulation happened back in 2021 when the legislature passed Senate Bill 9. This is the law that allowed you to take your single-family lot, do a lot split, and then have a total of 2 units on each of the newly created lots. We're going to talk about Senate Bill 9 more tonight because there have been some changes to it. But for present purposes, parking was pretty limited. If you're more than a half mile from transit, you get 1 space per unit. So each of those 4 houses get 1 space. And if you're less than a half mile from transit, no parking spaces at all. And then finally, in 2022, we got to the mother of all parking bills, AB 2097. After AB 2097, the city can't impose any parking requirements on development projects that are within a half mile of public transit. And what kind of development projects is that? Residential, commercial, or other, which, you know, doesn't leave a lot of. Oh, the gas station tonight even qualified. That's other.
Is that as the crow flies?
That is as the crow flies. There's another bill that's walking distance, but this one, I believe, is crow flies. Now, this bill was controversial because it sort of gives the developer the incentive without the affordable housing requirement. You know, previously, it was if you provided more affordable housing, then the payment you got was you didn't have to provide as much parking. But here, the legislature just decided we don't care if it's affordable or not. If it's near transit, no parking.
Wait. So are you going to go over the 4 exceptions that 2097 brings up?
Excellent question, Commissioner Crutchlow. Luckily, there are 3 slides on this, and so don't worry. There's an exception for event centers, which still have to provide parking for employees. Also, they're still required to provide the same number of disabled spaces that they would normally need to provide. And this doesn't override the city's REACH code on EV spaces. You still have to provide the same percentage of spaces for EVs. Of course, if you're providing 0 parking spaces, 33% of 0 is still 0. So these are the areas that are roughly affected by AB 2097. These are our transit priority areas. Ordinarily, under AB 2097, we can't require parking in the blue areas. I think I forgot to mention that the way they define, the way they define transit is the intersection of 2 or more bus lines with 15-minute headways. The reason 15-minute is in red is because we're going to talk about that more later. So 2 bus lines with 15-minute headways. Our transit priority areas are mostly coinciding with the locations of our busiest bus routes. So roughly these blue areas are where we can't require parking after this bill. But there is an exception. If the city finds that the lack of parking would negatively impact one of 3 things, the city can make certain written findings that the inability to impose parking would have a substantial negative impact on, 1, our ability to meet our regional housing needs allocation for low and very low income households. We're never going to make that finding. If they don't provide parking, there's more room for housing. So obviously eliminating parking is not going to make it harder for us to achieve our RENA allocation. 2, our ability to meet special housing needs for the elderly or persons with disabilities. That also is going to be hard to establish. Again, if there's less parking, you're going to have more room for housing for the elderly and disabled. And also, AB 2097 does not impact a developer's obligation to provide disabled parking spaces. But 3, it would negatively impact existing residential or commercial parking facilities located within a half mile of the housing development project. So that's really the only viable finding we could potentially make. If we can determine that not providing sufficient parking, or any parking, for a project subject to AB 2097 will have a negative impact on an existing residential or commercial parking within a half mile, we can potentially require parking in that case. But there are, as always, caveats. First, we have to make the findings within 30 days of the date the application is determined to be complete. And with housing projects, there are some really tight timeframes, and if you don't meet them, an application can be automatically deemed complete. So the city will have to move quickly. Secondly, unlike most of the findings that a city needs to make, these findings have to be supported by a preponderance of the evidence. Most of the time when the city has to make findings, we have to have evidence to support the findings, but as long as we have some evidence, some expert opinion or a study backing up a conclusion, then the city's findings are entitled to deference. Someone challenging the findings can get their own expert, can get their own study, who can write a study saying the opposite of what the city found, but it doesn't matter. Under the substantial evidence standard of review, the city just needs to have its own evidence, and a court will defer to that. But here they're requiring that we have a preponderance of the evidence, which is the best evidence. If there's competing reports, a judge will look at them and decide, well, which one is the best? So it's a lot harder to defend. And so we haven't yet gotten into a head-to-head battle with a developer, but it just creates some headwinds. And finally, even if we make these findings, this option is, finally, we cannot even make these findings if 20% of the units are affordable, or if there are fewer than 20 units in the project, or the housing is for seniors, students, or the disabled. So we can push back. We haven't yet done that for any projects. What we need to do is sort of spring into action, get a traffic study right away once we learn that the developer's planning to use AB 2097, and then make a decision as to whether or not we're willing to go head-to-head on the reports because a court won't defer to our determination.
What about if we find that the impact of not requiring parking turns out to be such a burden upon the mass transit, in our opinion, that we need to impose a minimum parking.
Burden on mass
I would
transit.
say get more mass transit.
So,
Well, first of all, you can say that, but that's not my question. You have existing mass transit you're going to put in, and then you're going to wind up saying, okay, yeah, you have to do it because you already have existing lines here, and they wind up, okay, you take 2,600 units, it's a magic number, and you imagine the number of people that have to go to work. People on average in Santa Clara drive 30 minutes to work, so they're not literally walking to work. And then they wind up having to wait in line. How many people do you have sitting in line waiting from 6 to 9 a.m. in the morning, and then coming back? And how full do you do that? And then you talked about the 15-minute thing. When I looked at a particular area, it was every 30 minutes. So if it winds up being a burden on the mass transit that we have, what options are there? Or do we just have to bite the bullet and say, hey, VTA, you got to put more mass transit in here?
well, yeah, I mean, there's sort of two questions. One is, could we use the impact on mass transit as a way to require parking under AB 2097? And then second, if there is an impact on mass transit, is there anything we can require the developer to do to mitigate that? So I'm skeptical that AB 2097 would allow us to require them to put in parking based on mass transit alone. But if it's a project of the size that would have that kind of impact on mass transit, that's definitely a transportation impact, which could lead to mitigation under CEQA. But AB 2097, 2022, there haven't been cases that have worked up to reported opinions and the Court of Appeal. They also haven't refined it yet. That sounds like a very reasonable justification to me for requiring parking, but it's not a valid justification today for requiring more parking.
That's just because not enough cases have come to court.
And the legislators have not gotten creative enough. I mean, like I said, most of the bills we're going to talk about tonight are refinements, and so hopefully they'll refine this and make it more reasonable for cities. Because it's one of these things where they,
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think this is definitely one that is going to affect us greatly. And I would like to see what our abilities are to help influence Sacramento in understanding that not one size doesn't fit every place that you got.
The ability to influence Sacramento is, that's a challenging question. But we can be poised to attack this issue when a large project comes in, and demand that we get, a traffic study in time if we know they're going to be using AB 2097. Well, I know that Commissioner Crutchlow raised AB 2097 at the City Council meeting on the Kylie project and was concerned that we had not explored this option. And I'm suggesting that was a valuable comment. All right, so after all of that, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I was going to save Stump the Lawyer for later, but I think I'd like to dive in on one issue specifically around this. If sufficient residential neighborhoods apply for and get parking permit parking, such that there is no unpermitted parking adjacent to a development, public parking, does that affect the requirement to the developer that they provide sufficient parking for the residents that they have?
Sorry, which developer? The one putting in the new project?
Any developer, new project, yes. Any developer with a sufficiently large density that decided they wanted to go with minimum parking,
right?
With the understanding, their understanding that that the residents are basically going to find any hole in the street they can to park. And suddenly the neighborhoods surrounding this development achieve parking permit status.
They all go permits?
Yeah, thereby any parking from this development in their neighborhood would be subject to ticketing and towing. Does that put the pressure on the developer to provide the parking?
I mean, we can try leaning on them that way, but that's not a basis for requiring the parking. It's only, because
that's why it's
it
hypothetical.
won't affect the existing development at all, because they can all park on the streets. I mean, maybe it's a good
Right, but
idea.
Isn't that one of the things that you can say is like, look, if it substantially has a negative impact on existing residential or commercial parking within 1/2 mile of the housing development project? No?
But that wasn't his hypothetical. His hypothetical was, suppose everybody has a parking permit, and so nobody can park there except the existing residents. So if there weren't any parking permits, and we have a parking study that's strong enough to fight their competing parking study that shows that there won't be room for the existing residents, then yeah, we can use that.
Yeah, leverage it. Okay, good, thank you.
I'll just put an area that we are all going to have to reconcile with is going to be the Mission, Great America Parkway, with related with Kylie project, with the Sutter development there, with the Great America, whatever its future is, that Tasman corridor, that light rail corridor, which, okay, nice. I'm hoping people are using it for at least but when there's a game with Levi's,
Forget it.
Let's grant
aren't we
city
in
privilege
Amsterdam?
to our planning director to chime in on questions and comments.
I have a question for the city attorney through the chair. So this is the state law, and it basically puts down the requirements for new development. So we cannot require the parking, and it has to meet the state law.
Right.
But what if a developer wants to come in and provide additional parking? Because their marketing studies showed that they need X amount of guest parking spaces, or can they still go ahead and provide more parking than?
Of course.
Okay.
I mean, you said voluntarily. Of course, they can do anything they want voluntarily as far as parking goes. And so the problem is if they come to us and say, you know what, we've done a marketing study and we know we're going to need this many spaces, so that's what we're planning on doing. Bake it into the zoning if you want. If we did a planned development zoning and we said, okay, they said 1 space per unit, that's what we're going to do. And then 6 months from now, they say, you know what, we actually don't need it. We'd have no way to require them to do it unless there's a development agreement. So for Kylie, as you know, we were finally in the city council stage able to get, I think, 1 space per residential unit, nothing for the commercial. So that part of it is baked into the DA. That part will be enforceable, but nothing else is, because we can't enforce zoning on parking. So yes, absolutely, that's what the developers tell us. Our marketing shows this is how much parking we need, and of course we're market driven. We're not going to provide 0 spaces, but it has to be voluntary.
Let me offer that in the previous 8 years of my tenure, I have never seen a developer offer extra spaces, ever. The discussions center completely on how many can I take out before I hit your minimum. And it's not really a statement of anything except business acumen. They're trying to maximize their profitable square footage, and parking is not. So I suspect that won't be the concern, but we could actually find ways to hopefully provide alternatives. Maybe even bring parking structures into something the city supports, or shortcuts or something, so that there is a facility for people to use for parking, which we're not doing now. Thank you.
All right. Anyway, all of that was preamble. Like I said, I was going to talk about existing law and then get to the huge changes. Don't worry, all the other topic areas are much shorter. The huge change for parking
There it
is this. They've redefined major transit stops. They've expanded the definition to mean instead of 15-minute headways, bus routes can now have 20-minute headways. So yeah, and that has made all the difference. We have a lot of bus routes in Santa Clara. I did actually go through and type in the bus route number into the VTA website for most of these, and I discovered that they're all pretty much 15-minute headways or 30-minute headways. So I didn't find any that were, you know what, it's 19 and a half minutes, so now that's going to be a major transit stop. I think it's probably not going to change things much at the moment in Santa Clara. But in theory, if they make one of these more frequent, it could expand those blue bubbles. There will be more major transit stops under this bill.
Yeah, we
Does that
have a
affect
lot of
Kylie at this point?
Yeah, Kylie, that's a good question.
Would it affect Kylie?
Not at all, because Kylie's already exempt under AB 2097. They're right near the light rail line. But the commitment they've made in the DA will not change. Okay, and that does it for parking, unless there are other questions about parking. Okay, for our next topic, every year the legislature looks for creative places to put housing. Thank you. This year, we do have one bill like that, but first let's review the last couple of ideas the legislature had. First, housing in church parking lots. I told you about this last year. Parking lots next to religious institutions, churches, synagogues, mosques, temples. If a religious institution owned the land prior to 2024, then a developer can build 100% affordable units, 80% low, 20% moderate, at a density of 30 to 40 dwelling units per acre, provided they provide prevailing wages to their workers and meet certain other labor requirements. And then they'll be able to get ministerial approval. No city discretion, and it's exempt from CEQA. Tax revenue? Maybe you'd like to turn on your microphone. So, well, once the housing is built,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
presumably it would no longer
We'll start
be
getting
tax
some revenue in
exempt.
that land, yeah.
So it's, okay. Well, I don't disagree.
So if the parking lot's, what I think he's getting to is the parking lot's owned by the church.
Right.
And you build on it.
Right.
The church is tax exempt. Is the parking lot remaining tax exempt when the building's on it? For that portion of the property?
It's basically a convent now.
Does it change the taxation?
That wasn't that
I'm
hard of
not
a question.
tax lawyer.
That wasn't that hard of a question.
I think we have our first stumping of the evening. Congratulations. All right. Does the tax status?
I'm always looking to make a buck.
If I was a developer, I'd be hunting down church parking lots all left.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to make 100% affordable, that is one way
Not
to
100%,
incentivize
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pick the church that's ready to sell out and go away.
Zero
like
property tax.
Episcopal.
Yeah, that's already changed. That's going to be a nice project. That is a nice project.
Making their own church.
Yeah, the church of my save my money.
Wait, like Universal Life Church?
You do?
that everybody
Well,
wants?
okay.
Hallelujah, I'm joining.
Okay. Turn your house into a church.
First of all, it's not every church. There's, a bona fide church, religious denomination, or religious organization lawfully operating as a nonprofit religious corporation. And somebody can't form a church and then just buy land and use this. They have to have already owned the land by 2024. So they're trying to avoid that loophole, Church of I. But anyway, let me talk about the other creative type of housing, and that's housing in commercial zones. In 2022, the legislature decided to require us to permit housing in commercial zones with two bills. The first was Senate Bill 6, the Middle Class Housing Act. In all of our commercial and office zones, you can now squeeze in housing at 30 dwelling units per acre. The housing has to meet the development standards of the applicable residential zoning for that density, which in Santa Clara would be the R3 zone. And they have to meet certain labor standards like prevailing wage and using a skilled and trained workforce. This is not a ministerial approval. The projects are still subject to CEQA review. But controversially, Senate Bill 6 did not require that the units be affordable beyond what's already in our inclusionary housing ordinance. So yes, this turned all commercial zones into mixed use zones. There was another bill passed the same year. Oh no, where did the rest of the, How strange. Okay, I don't know why it appeared in that order. The Affordable Housing and High Roads Act of 2022, this one is ministerial approval. The city is now required to ministerially approve any housing projects, no discretionary review, no CEQA, for housing projects that are 100% affordable proposed for commercial zones. Just like the last bill, that means zones that allow office or retail or parking as a permitted use. But now we're also required to approve mixed income projects on commercial corridors, and those are highways that are 70 to 150 feet wide, not including freeways. And mixed income means 8% very low with 5% extremely low, or 15% low. And our affordable housing ordinance already requires 15% affordable, so many housing projects will satisfy this requirement. All AB 2011 projects have to pay prevailing wages, and there are other labor provisions. One exception is that you're not allowed to use this to build on industrial sites. You also can't build right next to an industrial site.
Let me ask a question about that. Would this be applicable to office space that is very empty and they decide they want to turn it into residential?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But there is a limit on the acreage. You can't build on sites that are more than 20 acres in size.
Okay, but if you have an existing office space, right, on 20 or less,
Yeah.
the only thing you really have to do at that point is really tear out the interiors and convert it into a living space.
You'd have to comply with building requirements for residential. So, the walls would have to be the right thickness for residential uses, and every bedroom would have to have a window, that sort of thing. And you'd have to meet the affordability requirements and pay prevailing wages and meet the labor requirements. So anyway, those are the existing laws. Those are the creative bills they came up with, the creative place for housing. So let's see, this year we are putting housing at the mall. So AB 2243 expands upon the last two bills we looked at. Now, instead of applying only to sites of 20 acres or less, you can use those laws to build on sites up to 100 acres if you're building at a regional mall. And a regional mall has some specific definitions. At least 2/3 of the uses have to be retail uses. There have to be 2 stores of a medium size, 10,000 square feet, about the size of a Walgreens. The largest mall around here, of course, is Valley Fair, which is 70 acres. Well, that you may have already been able to do that under the last bill, the up to 20 acre bill. This one allows you to do bigger sites like Valley Fair. There's also another mall that would qualify for this. It's not really a mall. It's Santa Clara Town Center where the Target is, because there's a minimum size to use this, 250,000 square feet. So Valley Fair is the Santa Clara side's more than 500,000 square feet, and Santa Clara Town Center is more than 300 something square feet. But regardless, there are some limits to this bill. You have height limits. You can't build higher than 35 to 45 feet, depending on the road width, or 65 feet near a major transit stop. Now, Valley Fair is right on Stevens Creek Boulevard, where there's lots of bus lines, so they'd be subject to the 65, and then subject to increases with density bonuses. So maybe it won't look exactly like this picture, but in theory, yeah, you could stick housing on top of Valley Fair. The Santa Clara side has the movie theater that just closed, and it's opening up again? Oh. Oh, I'm thrilled to see that, because I used to see movies there all the time. All right, well, won't be housing there, but maybe at Macy's.
Is the developer at Valco in Cupertino planning to theoretically jump on this and turn Valco's property into a giant housing high-rise? They already had housing defined in the previous instance of it that got sort of shot down.
Right, weren't they the ones that used like SB 35? Yes. And so I'm not personally acquainted with the Valco developer.
Yeah, I
but,
follow it because it's
but I would guess their attorneys are well aware of this bill.
this is going to be
Regardless, this is not applicable to industrial sites, but they've gotten rid of that requirement that you can't be next to an industrial site. So if you're next to, a paper mill, you can build the housing. All right, that's probably enough on that bill. Let's move on to subdivisions. In the area of subdivisions, the legislature decided to tinker with two earlier bills. Senate Bill 9, which is the law that allowed lot splits and second units, and Senate Bill 684 that was enacted in 2023 and allowed ministerial subdivisions up to 10 lots. So let's start with Senate Bill 9. Those of you who were on the commission back then probably remember it pretty well because it left quite an impression. This is the one that mandated ministerial approval of 2 units on an R1 lot. And that means adding a second single-family residence to a lot that already has a single-family residence, or you could build 2 new single-family residences from scratch, or you could build a duplex, even though the city zoned the property as single-family. And if you didn't have a vacant lot and you didn't have enough room to fit the second house on your lot, you could scrape the lot and build 2 new houses from scratch. But even more consequential was the lot split provisions, because the city became required to approve divisions of lots into 2 new lots. So if there was a big enough lot, you had the potential for a 2-step process where they'd split the lot and then build 2 new dwellings on each of the new lots. Suddenly you have 4 houses in a location that only was supposed to be for 1 house in a single-family zone. The limitations on that were the divisions of the lots had to be roughly identical, 50-50, or at most different 40-60 split. And no matter how you sliced it, both parcels had to be at least 1,200 square feet. When we adopted our ordinance implementing this law, we decided to allow the parcels to be as small as 1,000 square feet. And finally, an applicant for one of these had to intend to occupy 1 unit for 3 or more years.
1 unit, not one.
Yes, 1 unit.
Half.
1 unit. So if so if he had 4 houses, he'd have to be in one of them. He could sell off the other 3 or lease them out. So what changed this year? Well, despite fears that SB 9 would generate a massive quantity of lot splits and second units, the effect hasn't been all that significant. And so the legislature came up with a new bill. I forgot to mention these limitations on city authority. Under SB 9, the city can only impose objective standards, of course. That's true for all housing now. If a project meets the objective standards, we can only deny an SB 9 project for health and safety grounds or to protect the physical environment. The city can still require easements for public facilities. The city can require parcels to be connected to the public right-of-way, so no landlocked parcels. We can actually require that it be on a street, and we can limit short-term rentals. But what changed this year is that now the city can only deny SB 9 units on health and safety grounds. We can no longer do it to protect the physical environment. There's also a new 60-day hard deadline for the city to approve SB 9 units after we received a completed application. If we don't approve the application, it will automatically be approved. And lastly, remember, under SB 9, we can still impose objective standards on SB 9 units. And when SB 9 was passed, planning staff and I worked very hard on drafting the city's ordinance that imposes some very specific standards on when you can build an SB 9 house. Well, under SB 450, this new bill, we're now prohibited from imposing non-uniform or more restrictive standards on SB 9 projects than other types of housing. So whatever the setbacks, height limits, lot coverage requirements are for regular housing, we have to apply those same standards to SB 9 units. So I'm sorry, we're probably going to have to go through the code and redo all of those SB 9 laws that we spent so long working on.
What about historic resources?
I believe those are, SB 9 cannot be used for historic
so
properties.
limitation on all.
So they haven't changed that. SB 9, no second units or subdivisions.
And in our zoning ordinance, is it just the historic resource itself, or is there the discretionary review of SB 9 that comes within 200 feet or 100 feet of a historic resource.
Oh, I see what you're saying. If there's an SB9 application and it's within 200 feet of a, no, it has to actually be the resource to be exempt from SB9. Somebody who's near a historic resource could still use this. Anyway, let's talk about the other kind of subdivision. Last year I told you about this bill, SB 684. That allowed you to get ministerial approval of subdivisions for up to 10 lots in multifamily zones. As you know, ordinarily, before you can do a subdivision, especially one for 10 lots, you have to have a public hearing before the Planning Commission and the City Council, and it's a discretionary act. But SB 684 made subdivisions of up to 10 lots a ministerial act, at least in multifamily zones. The allowable density for these projects was, if it was listed in the housing element, you'd simply follow the density that's in the housing element. If a site wasn't in our housing element inventory, you'd have to go simply by the maximum density allowed by the zoning, I'm sorry. There are some limits on the size of the parcels eligible to use this law. At the start of the process, before you subdivide, the parcels can't be any larger than 5 acres. And at the end of the process, the parcels can't be less than 600 square feet, which is a postage stamp. And then the maximum average unit size was 750 square feet, so no McMansions. You could build up to 10 dwelling units using this law, ministerial approval, no discretionary review. The legislature did say the city didn't have to allow ADUs on parcels created with this law, so if somebody created 10 parcels, you didn't end up with 20 parcels. Although the law was actually a little ambiguous on that point. There's a limit of 10 units, so if you allow ADUs, does that mean you get 5 units plus 5 ADUs, or does it mean you got 10 units plus 10 more? Stay tuned. But remember, SB 684 only applied to subdivisions in multifamily zones. So what did they do this year? Do you want to ask your question first?
Is that serious? 600 square feet is a minimum parcel?
Yes.
That's 6 feet by 10 feet.
I know. How is that possible?
Like
No, that's
60.
no. 6 feet by 10 feet is 60 square feet.
Oh, you're right. All right.
Yeah. Even so, I would like to live on something bigger than that.
Would still be 60.
Yes. All right. So what changed this year? They decided to extend it to single-family lots. SB 1123 modified last year's bill. Now, instead of giving ministerial divisions only on multifamily lots, we have to approve ministerial subdivisions of single-family lots. It also clarified that ADUs, if the city decided to allow them, don't count toward the 10 dwelling unit cap. So now if we allow the ADUs, developers are going to be able to build 20 units under the law.
Up with this.
Now, there are a couple of new requirements. If you're doing this on a single-family lot, first of all, the lots have to be smaller than in the multifamily law. For ministerial subdivisions, the max parcel size when you start is 1.5 acres. And when you're finished, you can't have the 600 square foot lot. You have to have 1,200 square foot lots. But the most significant limitation on this bill, at least as affects Santa Clara, is that the land has to be vacant. So you're not going to find a lot of vacant single-family lots in Santa Clara. And typically, we don't allow demolition of a single-family dwelling unless they already have a proposal for how it's going to be replaced. My guess is we won't see this used.
We're looking forward to a number of mysterious fires. Mysterious fire.
Coincidences abound.
But I am curious, though. So this impacts significantly the unincorporated county.
Sure.
Because that's where the hillside preclusion of urban growth areas and the unincorporated preservation laws come at conflation. I'm thinking, like, I know we had 10 acres less, 1 acre requirement per house. Agricultural lands as well as.
Well, is it zoned agricultural? Because if it's zoned agricultural,
rural.
it's zoned
rural ag, I think it is ag.
Okay, well, this will only apply if it's actually zoned residential. So if they haven't made the zoning residential, this won't kick in. But for anything that is zoned single-family residential, they've further eroded our ability to say no. Okay, we're done with subdivisions. Accessory dwelling units, the rest of these are going to go fairly quick. There are two bills. First, replacement parking. Under existing law, as we talked about a minute ago, no replacement parking if a garage, carport, or covered parking space is converted to an ADU. They changed this a little bit this year just by adding 2 words. No replacement parking if garage, carport, or covered or uncovered parking is converted to an ADU. So if they convert the driveway to an ADU, you can't require replacement parking. Next, under existing law, there is a right to add ADUs to multifamily residences. You can put attached ADUs in the non-livable space of a multifamily residence, an apartment building, up to 25% of the number of the existing dwelling units. So you can convert your storage areas, your attics, your basements, your garages. And then you can also put 2 detached accessory dwelling units on a multifamily property. And that's either when there's an existing multifamily building or when there's a proposed multifamily building. So all they did this year for this law is say, remember how we said 2 detached ADUs? We meant 8. For existing
That's what I want to know. Who's coming up with this? You just destroying the
Sacramento.
neighborhood.
This one may have been Scott Wiener.
It's our elected.
Officials.
You'll have to squeeze. So,
Well, he said the name, it's Scott Wiener.
Let's get going. Don't ask any more questions.
this only applies to existing multifamily dwellings. The proposed ones still can only have 2 detached ADUs, but you can put 8 on existings. Finally, non-conforming ADUs. There is a process to legitimize an illegally built ADU that was built prior to 2018. So if somebody has an ADU they built without permits, they could come in and say, hey, can you make it into a legal ADU? And we were limited in what we could require corrections for. We could only require corrections if necessary for public health and safety or for the health of the occupants. This bill, when it passed, made me really uncomfortable because, so we're not going to be able to enforce the building code? So luckily they did tighten that, but they also expanded it. Now there's a process to legitimize an illegally built ADU or junior ADU, and you can have built this illegal unit as recently as January 1st, 2020. The city can now require corrections not just for public health and safety or the safety of the occupants, but also to eliminate substandard conditions. And that is a legal term, and it's a longer list than just public health and safety. It's also things like dampness, general dilapidation, improper maintenance, as well as more serious things like lack of heat, plumbing, ventilation, electricity, lighting. So it sounds like we are actually going to be able to...
Earthquake safety, does that fall under that category?
I don't have the full list of substandard, but I would suggest it does. That sounds like safety of the
The
occupants right
city
there.
must create the checklist. So it's,
Well, yes, the city has to inform the public of the process and create a checklist for compliance.
if you want it, add it now.
Well, that's things like tie downs for the walls and shear walls. And there's a number of things that are fundamental earthquake safety that if you're building this on your own illegally, you would have never thought about it.
We don't need licensed professionals in, but also fire code, right?
Absolutely.
Are
Well,
sprinklers required in residential now?
oh, for ADUs though?
Not for ADUs.
Yeah, not for ADUs, I don't think. I can verify that, because that's changed a couple times, I think. You don't like what?
Can't impose penalties.
Right. We can't impose penalties if they come in to try to legitimize the unit as a valid ADU. If you're walking down the street and code enforcement sees, oh, look at that, that was built without permits, we're going to come after them. But they've made it a lot easier to avoid the penalties. Anyway.
This is prior to 2020, so anything that's current or post-20, yeah.
Right, they can't build a new unit today without permits.
And what's preventing them from saying, I built it in 2018, or I built it in 2019?
Then we do code enforcement on them. Code enforcement, administrative. Well, wait, I mean, I'm not sure which end of the spectrum you're on.
Fines and penalties would be about your limit, right?
Okay, could you turn on your microphone? Thanks.
I guess what I'm getting at is, okay, so somebody built something without permits and all that happy
Right.
stuff in 2019.
Fine.
City can require corrections to eliminate substandard conditions.
Yes.
Got to have a checklist and the rest. You can't impose penalties. And what if the person says, yeah, okay, I'll meet those corrections, and then they never do?
Well, but then they've come within the ambit of a permitted ADU. I mean, here's how
You know what I'm saying? What's the punishment then if they don't make the
It's
corrections?
simply code enforcement. So there's a fine, a daily fine for code enforcement violations.
Okay.
We can impose administrative penalties, civil
Okay, so
penalties, or criminal
There are penalties that could,
Definitely.
okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
Some cities are extremely aggressive. Santa Clara's a little nicer than some, but I used to work for a city that, gave people a criminal record for donating their sofa outside of allowed hours at the Goodwill. I mean, there are we can go draconian if that's the policy direction. It was in Southern Cal. I won't name it. All right. I used to work for them, but anyway, moving on. That's not the city.
One quick question. What's the definition of built? Can you have nailed a piece of wood to the wall and then 3 years later finished building the rest of the ADU?
Well, I'm not sure what the point of that would be.
Well, the point is that you could create it to fall, if you put it, let's say you nailed a piece of wood in 2018, but you didn't finish it until 2022. Does it fall under the grandfather clause that you can't be fined or whatever? I'm being hypothetical again. Where's the cutoff from them just saying, I built it earlier? Therefore, you have to approve it. There's nothing that says, I built it yesterday. There's only, you could say, I built it 4 years ago.
Well, isn't the burden of proof on them to actually prove it to a legal standard?
Is it? Or
I would require that.
they didn't?
Commissioner Crutchlow has a good point. I mean, if they want to use this law, I think the first thing we'd say is, okay, you bought an ADU on the internet, show us the receipt, or, you hired contractor X to do this, show us the receipt. We'd want some evidence that they were even eligible for this law. Right. But if they only had a plank of wood, I mean, I'm not sure that would even qualify as an ADU.
No, it was like the starting point.
Right.
Does it have to be completed before that date, or does it have to be started before that date?
I think you're kind of going way too far.
Yeah.
Again, even if it's built like this on the picture, okay, great. When did you build it? Give me the proof.
Yeah. Is it truly up to the builder or the resident to prove that they built it early, or is it up to the city?
City must create checklists, guys.
Yep.
So we're going to just
Moving
suggest
on.
what goes on the
That will
checklist.
be number one on the checklist. We'll call it the Cherukuru rule.
Thank you.
Or the Crutchlow rule.
Moving on.
CNC rule.
Isn't that a music factory? Okay. Density bonuses. Good news, this year I will spare you going through a whole series of spreadsheets, which is what I usually do with the density bonus law. So those of you that were looking forward to nap time, I'm sorry, we won't be having it tonight, but you're already aware that in a variety of circumstances, a developer can invoke the density bonus law, which increases the maximum residential density and gives them a number of incentives and concessions that allows them to depart from normal development standards. So the simplest form is more affordable units, more density. But there are specific types of housing eligible for density bonuses besides affordable housing. And the two we're going to talk about tonight are senior housing and student housing in more recent years. Let's start with student housing. Back in 2018, the legislature added a provision to the density bonus law, giving a density bonus for student housing, both apartment-style units and also dormitory-style bedrooms. But to be eligible, 20% of the units had to be restricted to lower-income students for 55-plus years. Also, that only applied to housing for students at accredited institutions. And there are two accrediting organizations they name. So basically, only Santa Clara University and Mission College would qualify for this. We do have a branch of UC Santa Cruz Extension here, but they probably wouldn't qualify for this because the housing has to be for students enrolled full-time.
So West Valley doesn't count? That's true. It's not a Santa Clara. That's right.
Right. So some mechanics to make that happen, developer had to enter into a master lease or an operating agreement with the educational institution. And this only applies to housing that's going to be filled with students who are going to school at the time they're living there in every unit. So no recent graduates, no aspiring students on a gap year. Every occupied unit had to be filled with students attending undergraduate, graduate, or professional programs full-time.
It doesn't include high school.
No, no.
Okay.
For instance, down at St. Lawrence, there used to be the nunnery.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was thinking. Remember that?
So that's a college program? I'm sorry, I don't
Yeah.
understand.
It was an educational program.
For teachers.
But not for students
Not for
like
students, for
this.
teachers.
Oh, okay.
By the way, those two look pretty old in that picture. I think they're probably already graduated.
At senior housing.
Senior housing, yeah, there we go.
Well, that's the next topic. If the developer meets all those requirements, they get a flat 35% bonus for qualifying student housing developments. Notably, they didn't get any incentives. Most density bonuses, you get an increase in density and a certain number of incentives. Student housing got zero. Until 2021. That year, the legislature passed another bill saying that in addition to the 35% density bonus, student housing would get one regulatory incentive or concession as long as they still had that 20% affordability requirement for the student housing.
Oh, now we're talking 1911, not just 1960.
Yeah, it bounced around a lot with the vintage pictures. So that brings us to 2024. The legislature modified the student housing density bonus with AB 3116. This expanded the number of developments that may qualify as student housing because instead of needing an operating memorandum or a master lease with the university, now a developer just has to establish some sort of system to confirm its renters' status as students. So you don't have to contract with Santa Clara University or Mission College anymore. You just need to verify your students are going to college. A student housing development, the definition was clarified to mean a development containing bedrooms with 2 or more bed spaces that have a shared or private bathroom, access to a shared or private living room, and laundry facilities, and access to a shared or private kitchen. Also, it isn't just limited to current students anymore. Now they allow both students currently enrolled and students who were enrolled in the past 6 months, as long as those students were enrolled in a minimum of 6 credits worth of classes. So that, and we can no longer require any parking. I'm sure you're shocked. For any projects eligible for this student housing density bonus. Also, instead of a flat 35% bonus, it will now be variable that goes as high as 50%, depending on the percentage of affordable units. And they added one more incentive. At 20%, you'll still get 1 incentive, but at 23%, it goes up to 2 incentives.
Can I build multiple ADUs at a high density and declare it student housing?
Potentially. Well, I'm sorry, can you build multiple ADUs? That question in itself.
So I have 2 kids living at home. If I built 2 ADUs out back, can I declare it as student
Well, you couldn't build them out back. You could build one attached ADU and one detached ADU, unless by out back you mean one of them was attached to the back of the house.
Density bonus for student housing, could I increase the density of the ADUs? I know, I'm saying.
There's a minimum number of units. You have to have at least 5 dwelling units before you're eligible. So no, but if you owned a condo building with 5 units.
Interesting. All right, I don't want to dwell on it. I just, I see the edges and I push at them.
Oh, actually, Leslie reminded me of something. When I told you about the 8 ADUs you can build in multifamily housing, it's 8 or the same number as apartments there are, whichever is less. So if there's a 5-unit apartment building, you can't put in 8 detached ADUs, you can only put in 5. I'm sure you'll sleep well now. Yes. 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 Get to it.
And also, there's no transit requirement here, not the half-mile radii anymore.
No.
And you could basically do no parking.
Correct.
If you have 5 units plus.
Okay.
I'm just saying, no more parking required.
All right, let's go to the other end of the spectrum.
Brain is getting melted.
Senior housing. This is a picture of the new Elore Senior Housing Development at Tasman East, which was built by the Related Company. My office got to take a tour of it a couple of weeks ago, and it is, as she said, so fancy. But back in 2004, the legislature added senior housing as an eligible density bonus category. 100% of the units have to be for seniors and their companions. If you build one, you get a 20% bonus with 0 incentives. A couple years ago, the legislature added shared housing to the density bonus law. A shared housing building is defined as a residential or mixed-use structure with 5 or more units and 1 or more common kitchens and dining areas designed for permanent residents of more than 30 days by its tenants. If a developer proposes to build one of these and then commits to the minimum percentage of affordable units, then the city can't impose a minimum bedroom count or a minimum unit size to stop the development from going forward. And these affordability, oh, you know what? I just read the line from a wrong slide. So just ignore my last sentence. Okay. 5 or more dwelling units, 1 or more common kitchens and dining areas designed for permanent residents of more than 30 days by its tenants. If you build one of these, you get a density bonus between 20 and 50%, and you get 1 to 3 incentives. So that was the state of the law before 2024. In 2024, they created this new category, residential care facilities for the elderly, an RFCE. It's a type of housing arrangement licensed by the state. They will now be eligible for density bonuses. They're chosen usually by, well, they have to be chosen by persons 60 years or older. And they typically have varying levels of care and supervision based on individual needs of the residents. The bill says that RCFEs are a variety of shared housing that we were just talking about. But it clarifies that RCFEs don't need individual kitchens. The units can be shared by unrelated people, and it's subject to the same bonuses and incentives as the shared housing that was on the last slide. That is all for density bonuses. We have just one last quick category, development fees and development timelines. In addition to trying to reduce the cost of housing overall, the legislature decided to reduce some fees. Under existing law, traffic impact fees have to be reduced for projects within a half mile of a major transit station because, you know, everybody will take transit, so nobody will be driving. So that meant train stations, ferry terminals, bus hubs, which was the intersection of 3 bus lines with 10-minute headways, and bus transfer stations, which is a major facility with multiple bus docking facilities and passenger shelters. So I'm sure you can see where this is going. Under the revised law, now we have to give reduced traffic fees near a major transit stop, which is, of course, the intersection of 2 bus lines with 20-minute headways, not 15-minute headways. So that's one quick thing. Next, deferral of utility service fees. This doesn't actually reduce the fees, but it helps developers reduce upfront costs of development by deferring when they have to be paid. So most development fees have to be paid at final building inspection or certificates of occupancy, whichever comes first. This bill will say that fees can only be collected for utility service connections. Other kinds of utility service fees will have to be deferred till, wow, I'm really having trouble talking. Will have to be deferred until certificate of occupancy. And this is another one authored by Scott Wiener. Except housing developers will pay at certificate of occupancy. Finally, extensions of housing entitlements. This simply responded to builder concerns about softening market conditions. It extended the expiration date for locally conferred building entitlements by 18 months if the project was approved prior to 2024, and the entitlements were going to expire by the end of 2025. So this applies to things like CUPs, variances, tentative maps, and architectural approvals. It simply allows developers a little longer to get their projects built. The legislature has done this a number of times over the years. That is everything. Thank you for getting through that with me.
Thank you. Who's your audience? You still, your audience. Wow.
Daniel left.
Major points.
Stuck with you.
Yeah, major points for great graphics.
Oh, thank you.
Including the fact that even if you were born in 1911, you can still be considered a student.
Yeah.
I'm moisturized.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No transit.
No, I do like your graphics.
All right, moving on.
Moving on, very far on. Thank you very much. That really helps to understand. I would like to ask staff, has anybody taken advantage of these at all in Santa Clara?
Well, I mean, the bills that are new, certainly not, but we've had some SB 9.
I want to say we've had about, I think, maybe 9 SB 9 applications, 2 of them being lot splits, I think.
And of course, we have lots of ADUs every year.
Yeah, we have a lot of ADUs, yeah.
So does this all influence our ABAG numbers? Housing numbers? Or our housing element?
ADUs are definitely a part of our
Now, but practically you can build anywhere you want. I mean, at this point, like, you know, forget ABAG numbers.
Yeah.
Build in my front yard now, so.
No, every city now includes ADUs as part of their projections on how they're going to hit their RENA numbers, and HCD accepts that. The more extreme bills, not as much, except AB 29.7, everybody and their brothers been using that, of course. They know if they're near transit. I would also just mention, there have been changes to the builder's remedy law, but I decided not to go into those because, as you know, our housing element is certified. So the builder's remedy applies. If you have an uncertified housing element, we will remain certified for another 5 years. And yeah, suffice to say, the builder's remedy law has now gotten much worse, but again, we're not going to worry about it because it doesn't apply to us right now.
We just need to change our zoning code again.
Quite yet, we got a few page worth of stuff to go. Yeah, like I could. All right, so let's move on. Reports of commission, board liaison, and committee. Announcements of other items.
I just wanted to make a quick announcement, and this is just something that I found very interesting and fascinating. Sutter is developing 1 million square foot of existing building they acquired, but a TI that's close to $800 million. It has 2 campuses right along West Mission College Boulevard and Great America Parkway, a huge anchor service for Santa Clara now, in addition to our tech hub and our healthcare hub. Yeah.
Commissioner Booza would like to know what you're talking about.
I didn't understand what you said.
It's okay, read it in the news, you'll like it. No.
Say again, please.
No.
Watch it on Next. Commissioner travel and training reports, requests to attend trainings. I think we have covered that, right, Elizabeth?
In the email I sent you, I let all of you know that the Joint Venture State of the Valley Conference is happening on March 7th.
I'd like to go.
Okay, I know everyone likes going to this. So it's also, I think, when you're going to be in Santa Rosa at the conference. Yeah. So we could take a vote to expend funds and approve that, and then we can register whoever would like to attend.
It's not going to the other conference.
I'm sorry, what?
That's not going to the other conference?
You know, you'd have to check the dates and the times. I'm pretty sure it's in the morning on Friday, the 7th. And
March 7th.
the conference, yeah. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. I can find out for you. Do we want to take a vote? That way we can purchase the tickets for whoever wants to attend. Priya, I saw
Yes.
you want to attend. So can we take a vote, please?
I'm not.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a vote to expend funds. Who'd like to make the motion?
I'd move to expend funds to purchase tickets for the JV.
Do we know right now who would like to go?
Commissioner Turkoglu, Commissioner Crutchlow, Commissioner Wang, Commissioner, Boozer.
No, there.
Oh, you, three are going.
Did you want to go?
Flying to Santa Rosa, remember?
And we haven't checked with Commissioner,
The price is $100 per ticket.
and we haven't checked with Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Bring
So
us
right
back one
now,
of their
let's just
book-
say that
their
we will
report.
expend funds. Okay.
Yeah.
We won't give a dollar amount, okay. All right, please cast your vote.
Oh, I signed.
Training is the best thing. Oh, we lost our director.
Can I give a verbal? Sorry.
Yeah, okay, very
Yes.
good, thank you.
Okay. Planning Commission budget update.
Okay, so I think that covers everything under that category. Budget updates.
Yeah, we did expend some funds for the registration for the Planning Commissioner Academy. And, oh, great, thanks, Leslie. And I put some tentative expenses up there. We have not paid that yet for the hotel, but I want to let you know right now your budget should be approximately at 11,000. So you still have to plan for the rest of the fiscal year, any training, any conferences, any consultants you want to come in to do trainings. So now's the time to be looking at that. Okay?
We only have 6 months to expend it. June.
Okay. Upcoming agenda items.
Good question. Okay, so we have a lot to look forward to. Let's see, we've got the item regarding the car wash that was continued that will be coming back to you.
That was March, I thought,
That will be in March.
not Feb.
Sorry, I'm trying to get back to my other document. We also have the public outreach policy coming to you in February. We also are planning to have a couple of general plan amendments coming to you, one in the Freedom Circle focus area for a residential development. You may have been seeing some emails in the Planning Commissioner inbox. It's a residential project from Irvine. We also have a general plan amendment in regards to our safety element that will also be coming toward to you, hopefully in February as well. So those will be coming up. And then the other item I have for you, oh, there we go. At your May meeting, I have an offer from David J. Powers to give you a training on CEQA, if you are up for it. This is a free training, and it would be an hour long. And that's a question, if you'd like to start an hour early and start the meeting at 5 p.m. to do the training.
When is the date again?
May 21st.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure, that makes sense.
Okay.
We could do 5 to 6.
Do 5? Yeah. That works for everyone? Okay.
We'll make it work.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Sounds good.
I just want to clarify in the safety element, hoping that we're bringing issues like fires.
This one is not an update for fire. It's an update for something else. Sorry, it's very late.
Okay. Okay.
I don't have it in front of me.
So because I'm
It is
thinking
a
safety
specific-
element
it is,
in
yeah,
your general
it is a
plan.
specific update. It's not for fire this
Oh,
time.
okay.
I am absolutely blanking on it right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Pedestrian.
So Director Afshan said, please get the questions in
Yes.
for the study session on
Yes.
data centers.
Yes.
I've done so, please.
Yes, you have.
It's not hard. It took me about 45 minutes to actually cut down the list. Started off with 30 questions and dropped it down to about 5.
That we thank you.
But I did want to acknowledge, I know she left, but please thank the new Community Development Director on our behalf for, one, getting to know us and in our one-on-ones and getting to understand our interests, but also staying up here this late. She had a city council until late evening yesterday, and so it's too considered, by the way, she lives in Danville.
Thank you.
Lives in Danville? No, she's spending the night over here.
No, she's not.
She's kind of silly. Yep. I'm gonna get my ADU.
There you go.
Legal ADU.
So,
Exactly. The one with the
No, it's
blank.
just one board. It just has one board in it.
city council actions?
Here's a blanket, and that's it. City council action.
City council actions.
We did not have any city council action items.
They spent that long and didn't accomplish anything? Is that what you're saying?
No, we didn't have any items that were forwarded to them from, that you acted on.
Okay, good.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Consensus, aye.
Consensus?
Thank you.
11:22. We gave permission only till 10:30.
when you turn into Cinderella?
Yeah, well. Don't we have to extend again?
The commission did that. They were like, do we want to extend for 15 minutes? Okay. No, I think it should be 20. And then it would it'd be like 10 minutes of, well, it should be 15 or 20.
Yeah, when you said 30 minutes, I knew what that meant.
That was lawyer speak. You're used to that by now.
Yes, we are.
I didn't do anything.
We're adjourned. Thank you.
Really? Yes.